Austin. Who's home? Five.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Youngsville, Louisiana, as we get baseball underway on a Saturday. Yep, it's been about 6 weeks since we wrapped up our baseball on JockJive. Good to be back behind the microphone, behind the diamond. Kind of like a breath of fresh air. Not that I'll have a thing in the world against football. I enjoy the football season we're into, volleyball as well, but a break from both. And we are back at the Baseball United Baseball playing here in Louisiana. And let me get some things adjusted immediately. One being your scoreboard so that we're not chopping the head off of the pitcher. There we go. It's amazing to me. It's only been about 5 or 6 weeks since I did a baseball game, but when I pulled up to the diamond, I'm like, okay, now, what do I do? Where do I set cameras? What kind of graphics do I use? Dylan Navarre stepping in to start things off. Tanner Stockman sending that one foul. And, of course, over the course of this ball game, we'll be talking with a number of individuals affiliated with United Baseball to give you an idea of what the game's all about from this perspective. Not obviously you're aware of what the game's all about from a balls and strikes and outs and runs scored vantage point, but today it's a little bit different so that these gentlemen are displaying their wares. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Tanner Stockman, and Stockman will go down a strikeout victim looking. So there is one away. Hunter Dozad coming to the plate, taking a look at that Team 7 lineup. Tanner Stockman batting first. Hunter Dozad hits second. Ridge Morvan is the 3-hitter. Jude Bertrand batting fourth. Ethan Little is your 5 guy. Tatum Bonin is batting sixth. Kaiser Yamarino is in the 7 hole. Colin Watson bats 8th. Jack Venable 9th. Luke Venable 10th. Preston Babineau 11th. As that one is popped up right side. And the over-the-shoulder catch is made. I believe that is Sebastian Stout out in right field making the catch for out number 2. But I mentioned got to get readjusted. The other part is keeping outs and getting base runners aboard. Of course, we haven't had a base runner on yet, so haven't fouled that up yet as Ridge Morvan steps in. Takes a pitch low and away from Dylan Navarre. Jude Bertrand at the on-deck circle. Rest of the lineup, 11-hitter Preston Babineau, Tatum Roy batting 12th, Colson Mack 13th, Maddox Abear 14th, and Jordan Mallory 15th. And just giving you the lineup for Team 7 probably gives you an idea. Things are a little bit different. You don't typically have a 15-man batting rotation, but due today for Team 7, Team 5 for UBO will be using an 11-man rotation. A little bit inside with the offering to Ridge Morvan. Faubacher Field here in Youngsville, Louisiana, just a little bit south of Lafayette. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Jude Bertrand at the on-deck circle. 2 during the course of the game. We might see stoppages in play for coaches to tutor the player. This is about developing the skill, not just showing your skill, developing it inside with the offering to Morvan. And there are scouts here that obviously you want to be able to show your stuff off to, but it is more so at this particular stage making things better. And to give us all the specifics, as I mentioned, we'll be talking with James Gamble and others with UBO throughout the course of today's baseball. That pitch goes to the screen, and Morvan will take a walk down to first. So a base runner on for Jude Bertrand. It is warm here in Louisiana. I guess that's part of the baseball thing, right? If you're going to play baseball, it's got to be warm. And it's a little bit on the warm side, but very nice inside. Sitting inside the press box here at Faubacher. And it's 63 inside the box, but outside the box, so right about 85 or so. Well, we just swapped umpires as Bertrand awaits the pitch from Navarre. It is upstairs. Ethan Little moving to the on-deck circle. Got a little bit of a breeze. I'm looking at the flags out in left field, and the irony is there are 3 flags, one of them fluttering pretty good, the other 2 not so much. That is lifted foul by Bertrand. We'll try to keep you abreast of what's happening as good as we can. All teams wearing black. We do not have a starting lineup that gives us positions, and that probably in part due to the fact that there will be frequent changes over the course of the game. Obviously, we can look up on the bump and tell you it is Dylan Navarre pitching. And it's a good thing that Navarre is pitching and there is no number 8 on Team 7, because we had 7 listed as the home team. And in reality, it is 5. Outside of the strike zone with a pitch to Bertrand. I believe we've got 4, maybe 5 weeks of fall ball with the United Baseball and the Showcase Series today here in Louisiana, as this one is popped up by Bertrand towards right field, and there the catch is made by Stout for out number 3. 4 go up, 3 go down. Nobody scores. We head to the bottom of the first. Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Going. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss at the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing and We head to the bottom of the first after a scoreless top part of the inning. 4 go up, 3 go down. Morvat left on after the walk by Dylan Navarre. Kobe Johnson starting things off for Team 5 in the bottom part of the first. Colin Watson will be the first to take to the bump for Team 7 opening pitch on the outside part of the plate to Kobe Johnson. Ethan McAllister batting second. Jackson Guthrie, the 3-hitter. Dylan Navarre hitting fourth. 5 guy for Team 5 is Connor Leger. Benjamin Smith batting sixth. Seth Smith seventh. Robert Franklin is the 8-hitter. Emrick McAdams batting ninth. Sebastian Stout 10th. And Gil Stewart is the 11-hitter. Ethan McAllister on deck. Strike delivered on the inside part of the plate to Johnson. So Watson has caught the outside and the inside part of the plate. Couple of strikes on Johnson here in the bottom of the first. 390 to center field. 320 down the lines as it is wrapped to third. Throw over to first. In time to get Johnson, and 5-3 goes to put out. So there is one away. That is Preston Babineau currently playing third for Team 7. One gone for Ethan McAllister. Jackson Guthrie to the on-deck circle. By the way, a little later today, junior college football here on JockJive. Georgia Military and Monroe. As this one is lifted in the direction of right field, it will drop inside the line. Trying for two is McAllister. The throw, he is there safely. So McAllister turns it into two, stands in scoring position for 3-hitter Jackson Guthrie. Aggressive base running from McAllister. And if you just like to watch stuff that we produce, got Clark Atlanta and Miles College on ESPN Plus. And that is a 4 o'clock start. 4 games today here. 10, noon, 2, and 4. And the game's right about an hour 45 long. There's not really a limit on number of innings. Heck, if you got 9 or 10 innings in that hour 45, I guess we might go 9 or 10. Got a feeling, though, we'd stop around 7. Is that right, Jerry Martinez? Jerry is in the box, so we do have royalty and a celebrity here in our midst, here in Youngsville. That's right. No. We know the true story. All right, so the number of pitchers determines the number of innings today here. And by the way, Jerry, I do have headphones over there, so, you know, anytime you want to slap some phones on and share. Jackson Guthrie with a base runner in scoring position, 1 away. Bottom part of the first. Top of the second, it will be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters for Team 7. Ethan Little, Tatum Bonin, and Kaiser Yamarino. All due up when you get to the top part of the second. But Team 5 trying to draw first blood here in the bottom of the first. That is swung on and missed by Guthrie. He'll go down a strikeout victim first for Colin Watson. And there is 2 gone with Watson trying to keep the runner McAllister at second. And bring it to the second scoreless. Here is the pitcher for Team 5, Dylan Navarre. Navarre in that first inning faced 4, walked 1, struck out 1, did not give up a hit. Connor Leger to the on-deck circle. It is righty versus lefty. The right-handed Watson, the left-handed Navarre. Just a little bit outside with a pitch. Way off the bag at second, McAllister. Team 7 catcher thinking about a throw, but opts not to. That could be Tatum Roy. Again, you got those chest protectors with the straps that run across the numbers on the bag, so difficult picking up the numbers. I do know it's a single digit. And your single digit players on the Team 7 lineup, Jack Venable, Luke Venable, Tatum Roy, and Colson Mack. But I'm thinking that kind of looks like either a 9 or a 6. Between the straps, I can see on the back of the catcher. That is lifted towards center field. Catch made. Out goes Navarro with a fly out to center. Left on is McAllister. One base hit, one stranded. Nobody scores. We've played an inning. And nobody's on the board. Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Going. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the cake. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing. We're in the top of the second underway. Ethan Little will start it off. Tatum Bonin and Kaiser Yamarino due up in the inning too. Dylan Navarre getting his second inning of work in for Team 5 here in the top part of the second. Both teams sending 4 to the plate. Both teams getting a base runner on. Both teams leaving a runner on as that one is fouled away by Little. Team 7 got Morvan on with a walk. Team 5 gets McAllister on with a double. But both are stranded and we are scoreless in the top of the second. Swing and a miss. Out goes Ethan Little. And Navarre will pick up his second strikeout of the ball game. Led off the first with a K, leads off the second with the same. Tatum Bonin stepping in. Bottom of the second, Connor Leger, Benjamin Smith, Seth Smith coming to the plate for Team 5. Kaiser Yamarino to the on-deck circle. We could have different pitchers each inning, or we may not. As you see where Team 5 is concerned, we don't. This is Dylan Navarre getting his second inning of work in. I would think 3 would be the max. Probably 2, but I'm thinking if you work 3 innings, you've gotten a long day in on the bump. Bonin awaiting the Dylan Navarre offering. That will catch the strike zone. You might notice, too, the difference being that the umpire is not actually behind home plate. You could occasionally see him to the left of your screen. Umpire is behind the mound. There you get a good look. As the walk is given to Bonin. And a base runner aboard for Kaiser Yamarino. Colin Watson to the on-deck circle. That'll go to the screen. Takes a nice hop back to the catcher. Bonin, though, still able to get to second safely. First time that Team 7's had a base runner in scoring position. And an RBI opportunity for Kaiser Yamarino. Colin Watson has moved to the on-deck circle. Navarre pitch goes high. Multiple differences, too, in that the scoreboard is inoperable. Of course, I guess it operates, but not on today. So I'll have the sole responsibility of keeping score, unless, of course, there's somebody in a dugout doing such, which is probably the case. Another high pitch and another bag for Bonin. Makes his way to third. So a walk and a couple of wild pitches. And 90 feet away is Bonin, trying to become the game's first run. And there you saw some of that we were talking about earlier, where an umpire becomes a coach and is coaching Navarre on those couple of wild pitches that has allowed the runner Bonin to get to third. And Navarre responds, drops it into the strike zone. Navarre with his back turned to Bonin at third. That's a high pitch and a walk given to Yamarino. So back-to-back walks put runners on the corners here in the top of the second. 83 degrees should warm to 91 here in Youngsville. Not supposed to rain. Let's hope it doesn't. Got some stuff out in the elements that rain wouldn't be too kind to. Yamarino with the stolen base on the pitch to Watson. And a couple of base runners in scoring position. A little outside with the offering to Watson. Jack Venable to the on-deck circle. Air quality 22 and good. Today's high 6 degrees above the average, as that's outside. Just updated my iPhone, got some new features. Hadn't seen that before. UV index 5 and moderate. Winds out of the southeast at 3 with gusts to 7. Feels like 89, got a 17-mile visibility. Humidity at 73%. Hey, got a lot of new stuff on the updated iPhone operating system. Inside with a pitch to Colin Watson. Also have waxing gibbous on the weather app portion of the iPhone, with the moon illumination and the moon rise and the next full moon. Yeah, I just updated the phone a few days ago and didn't know all the new stuff. Watson with a couple of base runners on. Top part of the second. Scoreless ball game, but Team 7 trying to change that here in the top of the second. Leger and the two Smiths, Benjamin and Seth, when you get to the bottom part of the inning. Navarre bringing it right down the middle for strike 3, out 2. Third strikeout of the game for Navarre, and an opportunity to get out of the inning unscathed if he can take care of business against Jack Venable. Luke Venable to the on-deck circle. That'll go to the screen. Here comes the runner Bonin from third. He'll score, and 7's on the board. So Bonin, the benefactor of some Navarre pitches. The walk got him on, a couple of wild pitches got him to third, and a wild pitch brings him in. And Team 7 takes the 1-zip lead. Jack Venable is from Eunice, Louisiana. A Cross Point High School product. Shortstop and pitcher. And a member of the class of 2027. Batting with a runner in and a runner on. 2 gone in the top of the second. In a 1-zip game. That is wrapped towards short. Throw over to first after the pump. It has got Venable on the 6-3. And Yamarino is left on. But Bonin comes in. Team 7 takes a 1-zip lead into the bottom of the second. Most ever to watch a baseball game here. Swing. It is 1-2. There. Eli Snelson in center field. Christian Corona is the right fielder. Go to the bottom part of the inning. Colton Wood has recovered. Bring Hankins, Stevenson, and Brown to the plate. All batting ninth. Christian Mincy is the 10 guy. And first, though. And we're talking about the second innings. Zach Munger. Swing and miss. Brewer. Got a base runner on. Nobody gone. Same on Saturday and 3 again tomorrow. Leading off the third. 2-2 pitch on the outside part where will be the weekend of Mobile as Lambert. Bryce Eddington, a teammate on that Bishop State squad, is due. Christian Early will hit 9th. We get the bottom of the second underway in a one-zip ball game. Colin Watson getting his second inning of work in on the bump for Team 7. Connor Leger starting it off. Benjamin Smith and Seth Smith due up in the inning as well for Team 5. Connor Leger from Port Barre, Louisiana. Goes to Port Barre High School, plays second and third. A member of the class of 2027. And this is a little coaching going on. Yeah, the plate cleared off, but I think it was an opportunity, too, to just kind of offer some words of encouragement and advice as our coach/umpire gets back behind the mound. While Leger awaits the pitch. And reminder, you can find out everything you need to know about United Baseball at unitedbaseball.org. And that, too, is where you need to go to get specifics in regards to this weekend. Like when the teams will be playing. Teams 2 and 3 coming up. As this one is lifted to center field drop. That will be a base hit. And Leger will be on. Long run. I believe that is Colson Mack playing center for Team 7. Long run. Can't charge him with an error. Difficult catch to make. It was either going to be a catch or a base hit, and it becomes a Connor Leger base hit to lead off the second. Tying run gets aboard with Benjamin Smith to the plate. Back safely at first is Leger. Coming up at noon, 2 and 3 play. Teams 4 and 6 at 2 and 1 and 8. Tangle at 4 o'clock this afternoon. That is sent foul over in the direction of third. And a reminder, too, that this coverage is available on YouTube. So if you want to subscribe to our YouTube channel, boy, would we love it. Not just Facebook, not just Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Threads, and YouTube. I know we got a lot of work for you to do, but it won't take long. And we will keep you updated on everything that we are doing, including a lot of stuff with United Baseball and the Showcase Series and Global Scouting Bureau. Got a base runner aboard, tying run in first for Benjamin Smith. Seth Smith is on deck. That is fouled back to the screen. Top of the third, Venable, Babineau, and Roy. 10, 11, and 12 in the order. Coming to the plate for Team 7. Coach back up onto the bump. Our umpire as well. Throw goes over to first. Safely back goes Leger. Umpire has gotten into our shot, but I think that is because there is a right-hander on the bump, and he wants to get over to the other side of Colin Watson to evaluate. Thanks so much, by the way, to all the folks with United Baseball as this one has popped up over in front of the dugout and out of play. Going over trying to make the catch was Jude Bertrand, but it will hit just the other side of the chain link that protects the front of the dugout at third. But thanks to James Campbell, Nick Singleton, Jerry Martinez, all those affiliated with United Baseball, Global Scouting Bureau, the Showcase Series, get to spend 10 weeks covering their baseball in the summer, and like I mentioned earlier, about 4 or 5 weeks here in the fall. Inside pitch, Smith had to duck and back away to get away from the Colin Watson pitch. Over to first goes the throw. Might have got him that time. Nope, able to get back safely. Boy, that was over there quickly. And as a matter of fact, Leger was breaking slowly back to the bag, but the throw a little bit high. Had it been a little bit lower, might have been able to pick off Leger. Benjamin Smith stepping back in. He is from, and I probably shouldn't try to pronounce this, Opelousas, Louisiana. Got the put out, covering up for the error at short. And that'll be a 5-4 put out to take care of the lead runner, Leger. It was popped up, and your shortstop went over to make the catch, hopped out of the mid. And I'm looking to see who that shortstop is. I do not see a 4 on my lineup card. But he will drop it, and Bertrand will recover. Go to second with the throw and get Leger for out number 1. Seth Smith steps in. Fouls the first pitch back to the screen. Robert Franklin moving to the on-deck circle. I think that is Carson Dufell, who is playing short for Team 7. Didn't have a 4 on the Team 7 batting order, but did have one on the roster. So it is Dufell. Swing and a miss by Seth Smith. Robert Franklin on deck, Venable, Babineau, and Roy. When you get to the top of the third for Team 7. Over to first with the throw, breaking for second, Smith. Throw winds up in shallow right, and both base runners, or actually the base runner, Smith, safely at second. Well, Watson picked the right time to throw over to first. But Team 7 not able to get Smith, now in scoring position at second. Tying run 180 feet away. In the bottom of the second, 40 minutes into the game. Got roughly an hour 45 allotted. I don't know if that's a precise time limit, but somewhere in the neighborhood of an hour 40, hour 45, maybe an hour 50. We'll get our baseball in. That is on the outside part of the plate. And out will go Seth Smith for out number 2. So 2 gone, Robert Franklin coming to the plate. Emmerich McAdams moving to the on-deck circle. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Franklin. Got the tying run in second in the form of Benjamin Smith. Connor Leger leading off the inning with a single. Taken off the base path when Smith wrapped into the 5-4. Seth Smith with a strikeout. Second of the game for Watson. And now Franklin trying to drive in that tying run before going to the top part of the third. When Venable, Babineau, and Roy will come to the plate. Bertrand coming to the pump to have a conversation with Watson. A little motivational seminar, and there you see Coach coming over to converse with Benjamin Smith. Some pointers there, too. Low and inside with a pitch to Franklin. Emmerich McAdams is on deck. Team 5 has both base hits in the ball game. Had a double from McAllister in the first. Got a single from Leger here in the second. But it's Team 7 with a lone run. Bonin coming in on a wild pitch in the top part of this inning. Lower the offering, staying put at second is Smith. And more coaching going on too. Coach at third saying, hey, watch me. Now the baseball, I'll tell you whether to come to third or not. Robert Franklin stepping back in. Emmerich McAdams to the on-deck circle. Strike 3. Got the outside part of the plate. Back-to-back Ks. Well, now, our umpire says, hey, wait, guys. That was not strike 3. And all the position players who were headed to the dugout to become hitters are back out onto the diamond. And back into the box steps Robert Franklin. Well, there is strike 3. Instead of a caught looking, it'll be caught swinging. Back-to-back Ks puts an end to the inning, and Watson able to keep Team 5 off the board, preserve that 1-zip lead as we head to the top of the third. Part of the third. On the outside late, a standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss, high. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy, Robbie Hamilton. As that is a good-looking pitch, got the inside. Swing and miss. Brian Raskol. We head to the top part of the third. Luke Venable will start on all. Preston Babineau and Tatum Roy due up in the inning 2 in a 1-zip ball game. It's, as you look at the break board, one of the most interesting things about baseball, or one of the many really interesting things. The team with 2 hits is not the team with the lead. It's the team with no hits. That is Team 7 with the advantage as we head to the top of the third. Joined by James Gamble, who is the brain trust, the founder, the president, the CEO of United Baseball, Showcase Series, Global Scouting Bureau, James Gamble. I think it is safe to say you do indeed eat, sleep, and breathe baseball.
I do. This is one of my favorite things. I want to start off by thanking you for coming out here. It's kind of special that we do that we bring you in. It's the first year we brought you to the Fall League, and it's one of my favorite things because the goal here is we're trying to develop and train athletes. Far too many times the industry gets labeled as a show up and play baseball and guys aren't training, and we put together a product about 14 years ago. It's the Fall League. It's our 14th year, and we have guys like Ricky Drexler, which is the cross-checker for the Tampa Rays. That's a high-level decision maker with Major League Baseball that's out here. We've got Sammy Terrera, that's been a professional scout with the Cincinnati Reds and been working with GSB, Austin Wilson, Greg Lofton. We have such good staff that's out here working with the kids, and what we do a little bit differently is we'll stop the game. We try to teach. We try to make sure that it's a live environment, but where the kids can make mistakes and they're not getting browbeat. You know, baseball is a game of mistakes and failure. Everybody talks about it, but we don't put them in an environment where they can make the mistake and it's okay. Out here, that's what we do. So I really enjoy it because kids get better. We have kids out here that are 13 years old and kids that are 18 years old. We don't do the 14U, 15U, 16U. We say it's baseball. Get out there. Let's work hard. Let's get better. Let's face older guys. Let's just play the game that we love.
Isn't it a little bit different today, too, in that you almost want them to make mistakes so that not only they're learning from the mistakes, but other players are as well?
Absolutely. A lot of times for me, I openly say I don't remember when I learned certain things, and you know, I'll go to the ballpark, and we still scout as a company, and I'm out there at a high school game or a college game, and I see something that's really what we call high baseball IQ, and I wonder, when did he learn it? And then I'll be watching games in high school and college, and I see mistakes, and the coaches are hollering at them, and I'm going, well, we have to teach. So in this environment, we can play the game, we can stop it and say this is what should have happened, or this is why it's happening. Not to embarrass the kid, but to teach him in live action. This is where you should be on certain plays. What is a double cut? Why you shouldn't have thrown the ball in a certain situation. And sometimes it's not as fun for the families watching it, but it's way more beneficial to the actual athlete because he's learning.
You mentioned that this started, 14 years ago?
It did, yeah. So a lot of the players, and that, you know, I laugh. I'm going to use the name of Cade Lynn. He's currently a pitcher that's at Louisiana Christian University. He went to Mississippi College out of high school, but when he was 13, he wasn't in high school yet. His dad brought him to watch, and he said, man, I'd love him to play. And I said, okay, if you're willing and he's willing, I'm okay with him going, but I'm openly telling you he's not going to do well. So he's got to learn how to fail. Everybody talks it, but he's got to be willing to get back up. He said, sure. Well, he went the entire fall, and he did not get a hit, but he showed up every week. Well, we fast forward. I mean, he's a college player now, and he learned how to get back up. He made a lot of mistakes, but he got better. I mean, while we're sitting here talking, we saw a mistake. I promise you, I see the coaches walking over. They're talking to him right now. Where should have guys been? Whose ball should it have been? So they're going through the mistake. They're not getting browbeat, but they're learning, and the kids will remember this. And they're going to get better.
Got a runner on and a runner going. Venable struck out. Babineau gets on compliments of the E3. And then a E1 as off to second will go Babineau. He'll be there safely. The new pitcher, by the way, is Jackson Guthrie. Starting pitcher Dylan Navarro will work a couple of innings, face 9, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, and 1 run given up. Did not allow a hit, though. So what is the criteria for a pitcher? I mean, is there a max that they can pitch, max number of innings, max number of throws?
Well, we're starting the first week of the Fall League, it was fastballs only, 25 pitches. The second week they came out, it was fastball changeup only, and 25 to 30 pitches. Now they're at around 40 pitches. That's probably the most we'll let them go the entire fall. They can throw the breaking ball, but we're really trying to get them to understand the value of throwing strikes. Sometimes we'll start kids with a 1-1 count. We want both the hitter to be aggressive. We want the pitcher to be aggressive. In the past, we don't let walks count, meaning you can throw 4 balls. We're going to start a different count, and you're going to have to hit because we're not trying to win games. We're trying to develop as athletes.
We just saw from Tatum Roy something that many say is a dying art in baseball, and that is the bunt. So this is not only about correcting mistakes, isn't it about learning some of the other aspects of the game?
Sure. And like I said, what's happening is we have instructors like Ricky is near the on deck on the left side. We have Sammy that's on the right side. They're giving ideas to hitters and letting them know when something could take place, when it should take place, if it's a good situation to do something like lay down the bunt, if it's beneficial, or sometimes when they're young kids, they try to lay down a bunt and there's 2 outs, and we explain to them maybe not the best time. So, yeah, I mean, I think that the entire fall is based on developing. We have a guy behind second base right now. He's been talking to the outfielders about what is a flare side whenever it's a right-handed hitter, what the tendencies are, where to play, because a lot of this coaches have an expectation for you to know it, but they're in the dugout. Your high school coaches, man, they're managing a lot. Every pitch they're calling. They have another coach that's directing kids. We're trying to let the kids understand the game, and we can take a little more time, and we have a really good relationship with the high school coaches. That's why, for 14 years, we've had 39, 40 high schools sending their players to help develop a lot of the younger players to work through the failure. We may not see it all. Sometimes they're hitting ground balls in between innings. They're trying to get the athletes that are young, knowing that now it's a regulation field. You don't have as much time on a ground ball. We have to attack the ground ball. We have to field the ground ball and get it to first base, and we don't have as much time because now guys are a little bit faster, a little bit stronger. Trying to really prepare them for their upcoming spring season.
To accentuate the fact that you were talking about even the little things, I noticed at one point during this morning's ball game, the coach just indicating to the catcher, hey, when it's time to throw down after the pitcher is warmed up between innings, spread those arms out and let your teammates know that a throwdown is coming. So really, that kind of accentuates those small things that they're trying to learn too.
Well, that's the etiquette, because a lot of players come up and they learn the rules of the game, and then there's an etiquette inside the game. For example, when a pitcher's warming up, you don't want the hitter inside the circle, but there's nowhere in a rule book that it says that. That's something that's taught and passed down, just an etiquette. Same thing for the catcher, to allow people to know he's getting ready to throw down. And I don't know if you just saw it, the hitter just got hit by a pitch. He went down, the coach stopped him and said, let's get back in and hit. Okay, you're okay. Let's hit. That's something that we're doing intentionally because for players to get better, we want them to come to the ballpark. They love to hit. The pitcher didn't mean to hit him. Let's get him back in here. Let him swing the bat. Let's have some fun. And for the pitcher, now get back on the mound and let's compete.
Are there situations today where a coach or part of the supervision, the overseers here, a scenario they want to see and you kind of create that?
We do. Certain situations with different athletes, we're in week 3. They'll see certain athletes, like they're staging who's hitting, when they're hitting. Sometimes as we know the players a little bit more, they'll create a situation or they'll put runners on base to see how they're performing. I haven't seen it happen yet, but at times we'll stop an inning because we've seen enough. The 3 outs haven't been recorded, but we don't want the pitcher's thrown enough. Maybe they made a few errors that inning. We just roll the inning into the next one and say, let's keep moving. Let's keep it we try to get the kids to run on and off the field to create good habits and routines that they can take that our high school team, because every high school coach, college coach, they want you to hustle. They want you to have passion. So we try to get to a certain point. If the game starts slowing down, we just roll the inning. Let's go into the next one.
So now the games typically go about an hour 45-ish.
Yeah.
Is that irregardless of where we're at inning-wise?
Yeah, pretty much. We don't have anything set. We go off of the players that are here. Even before the game, they had more players on one team than the other. They're all part of the United family is what we look at it. That's why they're all dressed identical. In our fall, there's no one team. It's part of, we're united through playing the game of baseball. So they took some of the players off that team, put them on the other team. We want everybody to get their work in, get their at-bats, not only play their primary position, but move around a little bit. Because a lot of people that, let's say you're a shortstop. If you're a shortstop, you can definitely play second, third. You can also catch pop flies in left field. So we're trying to get the players to understand the value of diversification, making sure they can do more than one thing, because for their high school team, they might need to play left field or second base. Some of these young players, they're going to be competing to make their varsity team, and if they say, nope, I only play shortstop, they might have a junior or senior in front of them. But if they're versatile enough to say, look, I play baseball, yep, I have the tools to one day be a shortstop, but I surely can go into left field and catch a pop fly. I know where my cutoff man's at. I understand the game. We're really trying to work on that baseball IQ.
We are in football season. Are these exclusively baseball players, or are they, in some instances, football players too?
There's a few that play football, but the majority, and I would say about 90%, are baseball-only kids. The fall is a little bit different than summer programs that we run, where we have specific teams that don't play on United. They're in our United system, and they'll play on a team name, and they go and compete in tournaments. And the goal there is develop and then advance, meaning the last 2 years with our organization, we've had 100% of the players that were eligible to go to college to have options. And again, I repeat it because we've been doing this for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting better, which means this summer I believe we had 67 players that moved on and went to college and are currently playing college baseball. That's a lot of players. Yeah. And we try to get them young to teach them that it's not an overnight thing. It's about creating a routine that you can sustain. And we want you to have passion, but you also have to continue to work and get better each and every year. And if you love this game, there's a place for you.
Now, is there, where the league is concerned, like a schedule of games that they play over the course of a week, and they've got a win-loss mark at the end of a certain time segment, or is it all basically about getting the reps in?
It's all about getting the development and work. In fact, some of the people this morning, they have ACT tests, they have homecomings. If they're not able to make their game and they're able to make another one, we tell them to come on and come, and we get them in. This is all about the kid development. We want them to get their work in. We want them to have a good time. We let players that want to, let's say they go out and they had 2 or 3 bad at-bats, and they say, I'd like to stay and hit a little more. We get them on to the next game. We get them some more. This guy just had a good at-bat.
That's Abier wrapping it all the way to the wall, rolls to the warning track, and then nudges the fence. It will bring in Colson Mack, and Team 7 will take a 3-zip lead. Didn't have a hit coming into the third, got 2 now. A single from Mack and 1 from Abier, the double. Back-to-back hits. Now a 3-zip ball game, Team 7.
Yeah, really good swing right there.
You mentioned the fact that there are 13 to 18-year-olds here. So obviously the goal for a 13-year-old is different than an 18-year-old.
Sure.
So how do you volley that that aspect of the training in that the 18-year-old already knows what the 13-year-old knows? How do you volley that during the course of, say, a 4-game slate?
Well, what we do is every team is broken down where they have younger and older. We try to do it for a little bit of convenience because we know it's during football season. Even the guys that don't play football, they're involved in their high schools, whether it's homecoming or going to the football games on Friday night, and they want to get better in baseball. So we try to make it convenient where all the kids from a certain geographic location are kind of pulled together and they're on a team. So when they come out here, it's a little more convenient for them. Once they get out here, we're talking to the older players that, the seniors in high school, they're going to have younger players on their high school team. Now it gives us the ability to teach them how to be a leader, how to help those guys with their own experience. And it's fun. If I were out walking around right now, some of the older players are actually helping to coach the younger players. Hey, move a little bit to your left. Hey, remember, it's a bunt situation. Play in at third base. So when you teach something, it actually means you know something. I think it'd be a great I always tell coaches I wish they would umpire for a little while. They would change the way they view umpires because it's a job you really don't want to have. So if you notice, we have the guy behind the mound right now is a head high school baseball coach. Mm-hmm. It gives you a different respect for something when you have to do it. The same thing with the players. They always are being taught when you turn around to them and say, hey, guys, if you see something, I want you to help us to teach. Now it gets him to really understand the why. And that's what we want. Why are we playing in with certain hitters? Pass ball right there. We're going to work with him on what should he have done. Get your body in front of it. Why? We want to stop the ball in front of you. So the runner, he may advance anyway, but we want to stop the balls from going to the backstop. So every single position, I see one of our coaches moving over to third base right now. They're talking to where should you be, why you should be there. And we speak with all the players after games, before games on if you don't understand something, we want the environment where you can ask why. We're going to have to explain it to you. You don't always get that when you're in high school because it's more of if I say it, you must do it. And that's normal. In this environment, we're into, I see Ricky talking to the hitter. He's giving him some tools like, okay, here's what you should be looking for. In high school, your coach can't walk up to a hitter and give him a pointer. we really want to develop the mindset of the players so that they can learn and grow as athletes.
This is wrapped in the direction of center field. It will drop in despite the gallant effort in center by the Team 5 fielder. That will bring in Hebert, and Jordan Mallory will wind up at second with an RBI double. Back-to-back-to-back base hits and back-to-back doubles. Makes it a 4-zip ball game. Team 7 with a base runner at second and still 2 gone. What about the staff? I mean, are they all coaches at a high school level, collegiate level?
It's a mixture. I mean, again, I mentioned Ricky. He's currently the cross-checker with the Tampa Rays. And for people who don't know what a cross-checker is, you have area scouts, you have your regional scouts. They have cross-checkers that come in. He's a decision maker. There's not a lot of people above him in the Tampa Bay Rays system where he's going and seeing college players and professional players. He's creating the value. He's in the locker rooms and the clubhouses. So he's bringing down the latest and greatest information from Major League Baseball and passing it on not only to the players but to our coaches. He's teaching what is currently being taught at the highest level. As I look to my right, I see, Seth Henry. Seth played at Tulane, then he played with the Tampa Rays. He was a middle infielder. So they all have unique experiences. Sammy Terrera, Sammy played internationally. He's a Cuban American. He not only played professionally, domestically, internationally, he worked for the Cincinnati Reds. So we have a lot of credentials out here, and all of them love the game and love to give what they know. It's common that they may go about it 2 different ways, and that's perfectly fine. We want the players to be able to connect with some of the coaches, to feel comfortable communicating the why. Like, Coach, you told me to move in. Why? I don't understand. And rarely in this game do you get the opportunity to do that, because we're in an environment when a coach says to do something, you just do it. So we talk to the families. We let the players know. We want you to communicate. We want you to be able to say, hey, what about me? For the first 2 weeks, we didn't tell players where they had to go. We allowed them to say, hey, I haven't played short yet, and I want to play short. Okay, and then the shortstop would go, oh, okay, well, I'll go play second base. So the younger player, which is a little more timid, he doesn't voice for himself very well. That's by design. We want them to learn how to say, hang on a second, I'm out here too, I matter. Hey, Coach, I haven't pitched yet, and I want to pitch. So we let them for a few weeks kind of learn how to communicate. They meet their teammates. They learn they're all part of one unit, regardless of age. Because I highly doubt that when guys like Bryce Harper got to the big leagues at like 18 or 19, did he walk up to the plate, call timeout, and say, hey, can you let that guy out on the mound know, that I'm only 19, he's 36. That's a big age gap. So all these guys are, they're in the same group, but they're different ability levels, and we like that because every high school is going to have different ability levels. Every college is going to have different ability levels on it as well.
Strikeout of Ridge Morvant. At least I believe that was Ridge Morvant. Jordan Mallory, who had the double, winds up at third, and he was the 15 hitter. Morvant originally batting third, but donning 18, and I believe he was the guy that strikes out to put it in to the top of the third. So I'm assuming that could happen too, that you swap your order around. It's not written in stone that your one guy has got to always bat in the one spot.
Correct. A lot of this we take from, I had played collegiately and professionally and been working with Major League Baseball. We take from the spring training model, and in spring training, they want guys to do certain things. It's not uncommon there, or even here. At times we might see something with a hitter and say, hey, I want you to lead off every inning. And then we tell the other players, there's something we're working with him that we saw. We want him to get a few more at-bats. Is that fair? No, but every player, things happen. Sometimes we'll stop a pitcher and say, okay, we want to stop you. We know you're doing something that's not good. And instead of repeating that, we want to stop. We'll go work with you on the side, let somebody else come in and pitch, because it's about the development of each and every athlete.
Speaking of pitchers, got a new one on the hill. That is Ethan Little, who is now pitching for Team 7. So Colin Watson will work a couple of innings. He will face a total of 8. Strikeout 3. He did not issue a walk, gave up a couple of hits, did not allow a run in his couple of innings of work, as Ethan Little will take over on the bump. Well, we know that they are being tutored on the field. Is there like a session after the fact? Because you mentioned the Tampa coach in particular. I mean, does he have an opportunity to address all of the players in one setting, or is it primarily done on the diamond?
Well, what ends up happening at the conclusion of every game, they create a little circle, a huddle, and every single player gets addressed at that point by all of the coaches and staff. And, today, which is unique because we brought you in, we actually have 2 fall leagues running simultaneously, one out in Crowley and one here in the Lafayette market. We brought them together because we wanted them to see what we do. We wanted them to experience what live streaming was at a high level because we think you do it as good as any. And just to give them a taste of, what we as a company bring to the table. Our goal is about these players. That's why we call it United, where the focus is always on you. So after every single game, it probably won't be covered. I don't know if you'll leave it on, but you'll see them get together and the coaches talk to them about things they liked, what they didn't like, and it's not calling out players. It's sometimes last week I walked up and I spoke to the group at the end and I pointed out one of the guys who had a really good day. And I went, guys, what I really liked about this player, I didn't know his name yet. And I just had to say, I remember you because of your haircut. You had a really good at bat. You went up to the plate. And it looked to me, and I've been scouting for 25 years, you went up with an aggression of, I'm going to get a pitch and I'm going to drive it. And you went up and that's what you did, where I saw a lot of the other players going up and they were just, hey, I hope I swing and hit the ball, versus I want you to be the alpha. This is where we fail. If you strike out, it's not the end of the world. It's an out. We're going to go sit down. You're going to get another at bat. Versus in a high school environment, they're trying to find ways to get on base. Here, we're trying to teach them how to hit. We want them to learn how to get themselves on base, barreling up the baseball. Once they get to the high school seasons, yes, they're going to be pitch selections important, drawing the walks, getting on base. But here, we're trying to develop the individual athlete.
Emrick McAdams stepping in to start things off in the bottom of the third. Sebastian Stout and Gil Stewart due up in the inning too. Is it also about, do you work on adjusting? Maybe there's temperaments or tempers or attitudes that maybe aren't quite conducive with the game. Is any of that addressed, or is it all skills?
No, absolutely. In fact, in the dugouts, we have more instructors and coaches. And one of the things with young players is, even though we talk about baseball as a game of failure, they don't like it. So when they go back, they all handle it differently. We start trying to give them the way it should appear. Okay, because I've never met a player that wants to make an error. I've never met a hitter that wants to go and strike out, but it's going to happen. So we have to prepare ourselves for the good and the bad, and to represent yourself in the right way. What does bad body language look like? At times when a pitcher's not throwing strikes, you'll see our coach stop it and explain to him, it appears that it's bad body language. You may not be intentionally doing it, but if we think you are, then you are. And that's what coaches go off of, is what they see and what they believe it is. So a kid could just be frustrated or what have you, but if it looks like he's got a bad attitude, we address it and we talk to him, just try to give them the overall understanding of what it appears to be.
Diversity in age, 13 to 18, so the goals, I would assume, are different for an 18-year-old versus a 13-year-old. Let's go to the 18-year-old as the catch is made at second. Nice play by Tanner Stockman, and out goes Emrick McAdams on the line out. But when you've gotten to an 18-year-old, I'm assuming it's a different desire or goal for that player versus the 13. So let's start with the 18. What's the goal?
With the 18-year-old, again, he's getting ready to go into, if he's 18, probably going into his last year in high school baseball. So he wants to make sure that he's prepared. Some of it is now coming out, getting your at-bats, knocking the rust off, learning, trying to be the best version of you can be. Whereas that 13-year-old, he's coming in, he's going to be a little bit timid. He's moving from the more of a youth style of baseball with 54-foot mound and 80-foot bases. Now he's going 60, 90. And we're trying to get him to not be afraid, not to look at it, because the model that we're all under right now, this world, has become a 14U, a 15U, a 16U. Well, high school baseball is 19U. That's what it is by rules. We don't want them to fear the age, fear the size. We want them to get out there and play the game. Yes, are guys more physical than they are? Yep. There's early bloomers and there's late bloomers. You don't have to be afraid of it. You have to endorse it, be able to look in the mirror and know who you are, and learn how to have a sustainable routine to work and develop yourself. So during the games, after the games, the guys in the dugout, they're always talking to them about, hey, what did you eat for breakfast? Okay, if you didn't eat this morning, that's why you're hungry. Nutrition's important. We question the kids on how they're doing in school. I didn't tell you had to love it, but if you aspire to play at the next level, you got to make good grades. So we got to work in the classroom as well. Some of these kids, and I don't even know if they all know it yet, our guys are actually looking at all the players from week to week, and at the end of the fall league, we pick a couple of teams and we'll put them in some of the showcase events to show them the difference of learning environment and a competing environment where they're playing in games, they're trying to win a game, they're trying to compete. And we do that by who shows up every week, who's got the right attitudes, who's working hard. And you can see it. A lot of these guys, they love the game. And so we kind of reward them. There's no additional cost to them. We say, hey, you've worked hard. We like you. We're going to give you a couple of tournaments and see how you do it. And it kind of breaks them into the it's not an adult style, but what we do is showcase series in United Baseball in the summer. Now it's about let's get after it. You know, let's show who we are. We still want to develop, but now we're trying to get you in an environment to get ready because you've told us your goals are to advance in the game of baseball.
Is there such thing as an uncoachable player? Absolutely.
Those are the ones that are not out here anymore. No, most of the time, kids, it sounds really bad when I say this, it's not the kids. More times than not, we struggle with the parents because the parents don't always understand what the overall goal is. They're wanting to go to work on Monday morning and say their kid was 2 for 2, but we're not really worried about the 2 for 2, or he got hit by a pitch and he could have had a high on base percentage. We're getting rid of that in this environment. So it's confusing to the parents because they've always played the game and watched the game, whereas did my kid win? And if he won, he's good. We take that away and go, look, we don't care about winners and losers. We care about, did your son throw strikes? Okay, somebody got a hit. Big deal. We threw strikes. Now we need to work on locating the pitch. That's why week 1, everybody just threw fastballs. We told everybody that took away, if you're going to the plate, guess what's coming? It's a fastball. Okay, if you're a pitcher, if you're going to pitch at any level, you have to have fastball command. So we took away options and said, okay, guys, we're going to go out. We're going to rely on the other 8 guys to field the ball. And believe it or not, the pitchers did well. Okay, they went out there and they threw strikes, and that's what we like to see at a young age is a guy that gets on the mound, he competes, throws strikes. We like the hitters to go up there, find a pitch, put on a good swing. The result, whether he's safe or out, is irrelevant to us because we're not trying to win a game. They're all part of the United Baseball organization.
Well, as a matter of fact, indicative of that point is the fact that the scoreboard's not on. I'm the only guy keeping score.
You are.
So scoreboard not on doesn't matter. These teams here, or at least members of these teams, will they be playing in any of the fall ball events that will happen later on?
Well, that's what I was just talking. A lot of the players, we didn't put that out there. This whole, the whole fall league, just, I'm not hiding it. They paid $199. They get 6 weeks of baseball, uniforms. Now, what we did is we brought you in. We didn't tell them we were doing that. That's trying to add to it. And then our coaches and staff are looking at the players, and they're going to be pulling what they think are high performers. And then we're going to take them and we're going to introduce them to showcase. They've got 3 more weeks of the fall league. Then we're going to put them in a couple of tournaments and let them experience that. Now, how good or bad they're going to do based on the teams that are built, we don't know yet. But it's giving them, hey, they've worked hard, they've earned something, let us reward them and get a taste. Because a lot of these are younger guys. And they haven't seen going on to a college campus, playing at a college campus against a team that has a different name on the front of them. And our goal now is to win the game. And I want to look good so a coach remembers who I am. So we're going to give them a taste of that. Because as a company, we have tournament teams which are totally different to this. I think Nick, which you know well, he's one of our GSB regional directors. We've got a scout team. They're playing against a college today. Next week we have tournaments at Coastal Alabama. We've got Nicholls State. We've got teams that are set up through our organization. They're all going play in tournaments, which is different. We don't have time to stop the game. We're not teaching them anymore. Now we're letting them go out and compete and hoping that college coaches see them, remember them. Now we still want to develop because doing something, getting experience is part of development. But here in the fall league, we're teaching. And that's why guys like Ricky are involved. Although he's one of the highest people in the Tampa Rays, he loves to teach. Austin Wilson, that's what he does. He teaches baseball. And that's why with all of these kids, our goal is to teach, have them learn. And you never get too old to learn.
Now, the guys that are going to be possibly playing in tournaments later on, showcases later this fall, I'm assuming they're of the upper age group, not the youngers?
It's going to be a blend. We're not afraid to take the young guy and throw him in the deep end and say, let's learn how to swim. Because some of it is a reward system, which is they've shown up with good attitudes, they've worked hard. They're showing our coaches like, hey, there's something in you that we like, right? So we're going to reward you. Are we going to do it with every one of them? No, we couldn't. Some of the guys that are playing, it's convenient. They're not playing football, but they don't have the time to devote to full baseball during the fall. We also, what people don't know, the whole industry out there, they're saying guys throw too much, not enough. For us, when we stopped our summer program, we took 6 weeks where nobody was throwing. Then we started them ramping back up where they're going to play, and then they're going to get another 6 weeks at the end of the fall before they get to their high school season. So in total, that's 3 months of non-competitive. So we slowly ramp guys up, then we let them have off time, then they're going into their high school seasons. Once the high school season ends, they have an off period before they start up with our spring training that we've done the last few years out in Summit, and then we ramp them back up again. We're really big on, a lot of people like to go out and win games. We're big on trying to advance the athletes and develop the athletes. So I'm not as focused on did Premier or did Floribama or did the Gulf Coast Pelicans, did they win a tournament? I'm more interested in, is the player developing? Is he ready to be advanced? Are we able to showcase him in the right way? And are we advancing the athlete? And for the last 2 years, I think we've done really well because 100% of the kids have had options. And what the world thinks, they think that, James Gamble or Jerry Martinez is going to call a coach and that kid's going to end up in the SEC. No, we want to work for every kid. They end up where their athletic ability, their academic ability, and financial ability allow them to go and play. That's not on us. That's on the skills and attributes of the individual player. In fact, it's harder to help kids that are going to junior colleges and mid-majors and smaller schools than it is that really elite athlete. The kid that's 6'4" that throws 92, that's not hard. And, a lot of companies out there are bragging about the kid that's going to a big school. That's easy to move. He's 6'4", left-handed, throwing 94. Now, it's hard when you get that average kid that loves the game, that's going to continue to get better because he's a late bloomer. And we were able to, and we're going to continue to help those kids move on and advance. And some of that comes from, parents love their kids the same, no matter what. Whether he goes to Baton Rouge Community College or goes to LSU, the parent doesn't go and say, hey, let me trade him in. He's not wearing purple and gold. They're going to love that kid 100%. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of where we start. A lot of where we're a little bit unique compared to the industry is we start with passion. If a kid loves the game, then we're going to have a spot for him. Now, if his athletic ability is low, he's going to be on a team that is not as high right now because he's not ready. We got to continue to develop. The higher level players, we're putting them in a certain environment because they're ready to show. I think it's logic. Not everybody agrees, but we've been really successful. We've continued to grow, and we're able to help the players, and we're helping a lot of college teams.
Go back 14 years ago. I'm assuming that you did not have what you mentioned. I think 100 players today. So I'm assuming there weren't 100 players then. So what's the growth been like over 14 years?
Well, we've always done Saturdays. We've had a fall league over in the East, and they've done it on Sundays because we have to look at the different dynamics. We've always been between 6 and 8 teams from the first year until now because the relationship with the high school coaches are really important to us. So when we started the program, we wanted something that was affordable, something that was convenient, and a lot of the players weren't doing anything. They weren't football players. They weren't staying active, and being involved in stuff is a positive benefit. So we started off, we always had really good staff. The player level every year is a little bit different, whether it's more of the mature players, the younger players. Some of that is just based on the geographic location. This is the first year that we expanded 2 in the market. That's because we kept growing, and we wanted to be more convenient. Over in Crowley, which is about 45 minutes from here, they got a beautiful complex, turf field, and it was able to accommodate a lot of the players that are starting to come to us from the west side of the state. So if it was 3 and 4 hours away, it's not convenient to come out for a game. So we're going to continue. We'll probably have a fall league in the New Orleans area next year. We're going to continue to do them because they've worked for the families financially. It's affordable because we recognize that when you're playing at the showcase level, it gets expensive, not just to play the game, but you're traveling, you're staying in hotels, and some of the kids, they don't need that yet. They're not ready. They need to continue to play the game, develop, and prepare themselves, and in the future they can become that type of player.
Do you see it expanding even further? I mean, you mentioned Crowley now added. Do you see it growing in other regions as well?
I do. I think we'll probably have one in the New Orleans market next year. We're going to have stuff back out in the Alabama, Florida. We were working it this year, and then based on coaching changes, which happens, College coaches come in and they don't get in time, and they don't get there in time to know what agreements were already set up. So some of it was just, timing this year didn't work. We have had one out on the East before, and they're very successful because it gives us, a lot of other companies run tryouts. I'm not a big fan of it because anybody can do well in one day. But here we get 6 weeks. So for us, we look at it as it's a 6-week tryout to find out if you like us and we like you. I already know that, we're an industry leader in advancing athletes to the next level. Now, are you the type player we want to work with, and are we the type company you want to be a part of? So we use this as a time to learn the players, like you had mentioned earlier, their attitudes, who they are they a good kid? Are they a good teammate? What do we need to work on with them? And again, when we go into our summer formats, now it's no longer going to be 13 to 18. We start segregating them into working groups based on their ability level.
You ever see it going below 13?
Not for me. This is the first full year we have for United Baseball. We have a youth program, and we have a director that runs the entire thing. They would laugh because I'm not a fan of youth baseball. I love youth baseball, but the 11-man team, I play a couple of games on Saturday and they don't matter. All of that, the model is not something that I enjoy or like. I like when kids are passionate about the game, where they love to practice. They want to get better. You rotate players. If he's a shortstop, that's great. Put him at second base, put him at first base, because I think you should learn, because you never really know where you're going to end up. And the youth market today is, here's my shortstop. He's playing every single game. We don't get enough development, so we hired a guy. He runs the entire youth. I kind of stay out of it until they get to around 14. The 13-year-olds that are here, it's because their birth dates fall. They're going to be those seniors at 17 years old. So those are the 13-year-olds that we allow to get in it, and they're going to struggle a little bit just because they're not as mature, but the payoff is really in the future. Their brain is recognizing harder velocity. They're having to go through some failure early. And we believe that if you fail early, you can succeed later. But when you succeed early, a lot of times you fail later because you've never learned how to work and get through adversity.
James, you better tell me when I'm supposed to stop, because you've got so much knowledge up there. And I see people coming in and out of the press box, and I'm assuming they're like, hey, we want to talk to James if Robert will shut up. But when you got to go, you tell me. I know you said you'd stay a half inning, and I've kept you about an inning and a half.
All right. Well, I'll wrap it up at the end of this inning because I really enjoy talking to you and letting people know what we're really about.
Got a new pitcher on the hill, by the way, Jude Bertrand. For Team 7, Colin Watson working a couple of innings, Ethan Littlewine, and now Jude Bertrand on the hill. For Team 5, you got 2 innings from Dylan Navarre, and then it was Guthrie working an inning, and Gil Stewart working an inning, as we're in the bottom part of the 4th. And that pitch just a little bit inside on Kobe Johnson. And Johnson will take a trip down to first. Now, I know this is the United Baseball Organization. Is it all underneath the Global Scouting Bureau umbrella?
It is, yeah. 25 years ago, we started a contract scout company that was Global Scouting Bureau, and we work in about 23 countries and moving professional athletes. And about 14, 15 years ago is when we dove into the amateur market, simply because we felt like too much focus was being on the glorification of what team wins, and people were taking credit for it, versus let's focus on the athlete. And that's when we came up with United. It wasn't a brand. In today's world, a lot of people want to push a brand. It was an ideology, which was we're all together in it. I've traveled all over the world, and I've been a part of a baseball fraternity, whether I was in Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Mexico, Colombia. We all played the game, so I felt like I was with extended family. We want all these young athletes to know, regardless of the school that they go to, where they geographically are located, they're all part of the same family, which is United. And I believe that sports will unite people, whereas maybe politics and religion and things like that would divide them. That's where we came up with the name.
Now, Showcase, originally the Southeast Showcase, now kind of narrowing it down to the Showcase Series. And what that speaks to somebody like me is expansion to beyond the Southeast. Is that really part of the game plan?
Well, a little bit. I mean, slow growth has been the model that we want to have. Again, with Showcase Series, all this came together because scouting is actually out in search of, and we've got full-time scouts that work for our company, and during the spring, they've already done parts of their job. They live geographically in this area. So we started going to high school games, watching them. And to really recruit or scout a player, you have to see them multiple times. Okay, you can't go out and see them one time. That could be their best game or their worst game. So we have to see them often to really know the athlete. I mean, let's take one of the best hitters of all time, Pete Rose. If you watched him in one game, he might go 0 for 3. And, he wasn't 6'4". He didn't hit a ton of home runs. So at any showcase, he might not have shown up. But when you watch him play day in and day out, this guy can play. He can hit. And that's why, he's a Hall of Famer, but not. I mean, he can hit. So our ideology was we have to see guys. I've got scouts. Let's go ahead and start seeing guys consistently, learning the player, and then advocating and assisting them in advancement. With Showcase Series, again, it's not a showcase. It's like a tournament, but our focus is having staff at the fields to be able to see the players. Even if we were at Nichols State, it doesn't mean the player is going to be liked by Nichols, but he might fit for Nunez Community College or JMU or Penn State. They can't all be there, but our staff can, and we get to see them over multiple times. And I know I can keep talking, but one of the biggest challenges that we face is that social media puts out this word called exposure. Somebody's got to get exposure, but they think it's a one-day thing. Exposure is directly tied with an exposure rate, right? So it's things done over and over again. You didn't memorize, when I was a kid, it was Big Mac, Filet-O-Fish, Quarter Pounder, French fry, icy Coke, thick shake, Sundae, and apple pies. That's because they played that commercial a bunch, okay? If you're going to do something, you have to see it often. So we created a tournament format where we get to see multiple games of the same players and then advocate for them. That's why it was Showcase Series. Now, we are in the Southeast, but we're marketing more of Showcase Series because we are going to expand a little more because we want to help more players. Right now, we have more colleges looking for players than we have players that are available. And that's hard for people to believe, but once we were done this summer and we had the 67 players move on, our phones are still ringing looking for players, but we have run out of players to provide. So we're growing not only with United, we're growing with Showcase, and we have partners that are playing with Showcase Series, and we're assisting their players. And you know what? Whoever wants to get credit can get credit. We really don't care about that. But it feels really good when you can see an athlete and you know he can play somewhere, and you go down and you're able to talk to a coach and help a kid that you don't even know land an opportunity to go and get an education and play the game that he loves. It's a really good feeling, and that's why we do it.
You're a guy who is creative thinker, long-range planner too. So do you see the Showcase Series maybe eventually becoming a more national? I mean, do you want to cover the entire country?
That yet to be determined. I don't have, for me, I believe in slow growth. So we're not going to be so ambitious. We've made many mistakes, and we did that through Global Scouting Bureau. So some of the mistakes are not going to be trying to be so ambitious. We take on the world. There's some really good companies out there that are doing a great job. We've got a niche. And our niche is, consistently over time. Small, smart choices done repeatedly over time equal drastic results. I believe that. I live that. And, that's been our track record for the last, 8 to 10 years is we've been growing every single year. But what's also been growing is the number of players that have been moving on, the number of college coaches that are reaching out, and, things that the world doesn't really track. A lot of the coaches that came in and worked with us, whether it was Showcase Series, GSB, United Baseball, other companies that we own, those coaches might have come from high school or come out of a junior college, and now they are head coaches and assistant coaches at major Division I's around the country. We have really good relationships. That's been slow growth. So that's the only thing that we really know. And if it grows that much, hey, that's great, but we're going to focus on helping every kid that we're around that has a passion to play the game.
Where the Showcase Series is concerned, it seems like every summer there is a new spectacular venue, and this year's new spectacular venue is Texas A&M. Is there a new one next summer? Can we get a peek?
Well, some of it I think we're going to have. We're going to introduce most likely a Showcase Elite, whereas we're going to take the Showcase Series, and for some of the universities and the coaches that have reached out to us, rather than Normally teams can register. They go to an event, whether they win or lose, they compete. Now enough coaches know teams and they want to see specific teams, so we're going to create within Showcase Series an elite model that only allows certain teams to play in it. If they don't perform well, they won't be able to play at the elite level, where teams can come in and every game will be on a college field. We'll stream every game. We'll add some more bells and whistles, but we're really trying to give the college coaches what they want. Because we deal with them on a daily basis. At times when they speak, we have to listen. So we're probably going to try 2 or 3 of those this coming summer and see how they go. There will be less teams. We won't let everybody just register, so not any team. Teams can go and earn it. If they go and show really well at a different event, we can say, yep, we'll accept you. But we're going to take proven teams that have proven rosters and really compete them up against one another so that the college coaches can come in and sit back and watch the players compete.
Well, Coach, we have made it to the bottom of the inning, and I've already taken you far beyond that half inning that you agreed to sit and chat. So I won't push it I won't push my luck any further. But James Gamble, always great to have you aboard. Thank you so much for all that you do for baseball. And heck, we got 3 more games today, so we got headphones here. Feel free to drop by anytime.
Well, thank you very much. And again, I hope a lot of people are watching it and they're getting to experience what we do a lot of work with in the past, and we look forward to doing a lot more in the future.
Indeed, we as well. James Gamble with us here at the Showcase United Baseball Organization in Youngsville, Louisiana.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit unitedbaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
We get the top of the 5th underway in a 4-1 ball game. Team 7 with the 4-1 lead over Team 5. And starting things off is Hunter Dozat. And we're kind of hopscotching around the order for Team 7. Team 5 has primarily stayed with their 11-man rotation. Team 7 giving us a lot of different looks, and this is Hunter Dozat, who came to the plate in the first and flew out to right field. Now at the plate in the top of the 5th, thanks so much to James Gamble. Spent a couple of innings with us, really giving us a lot of information, a wealth of knowledge in regards to this event, its purpose, the league, its purpose, and we kind of touched on some other stuff too. Dozat batting and Ridge Morvan moving to the on-deck circle. Here in the top part of the 5th, bottom part of the inning, it's Connor Leger, Benjamin, and Seth Smith if Team 5 sticks with their order. And roughly, well, this probably will do it as that one is dropped in left field but foul. And Dozat will put on the brakes and come back to the plate, pick up the stick, and do it again. We are at an hour 36, so bottom of the fifth likely is it. Heck, in these particular cases, in these showcases, we may not necessarily go a complete inning, but generally speaking, what you do for one team, you do for the other. So let's see if we go completely through the fifth. A little bit inside with a pitch to Dozat. We are in Youngsville, Louisiana, just a little bit south of Lafayette. Fabacher Field, Fabacher. And apparently the home to a lot of collegiate league baseball. My first trip to the diamond here, as that one is wrapped foul again in the direction of left. Well, when you've been around as long as I have, you think you've been to just about every venue, but get involved with the United Baseball Organization or the Showcase Series or the Global Scouting Bureau, and you'll learn there's a lot of parks you haven't been to. And again to left, or at least in that direction, but it again is fouled off by Dozat. On deck hitter, Ridge Morvant. And I'm looking over the hole. That is not the guy who first trip through in the rotation followed Morvant, which was Bertrand. Dozat hit by the pitch, but again, this is a little different league, a little different day of baseball. Not necessarily about getting you to first. Of course, you can walk and get to first. But a hit batsman probably not going to take the bag, and he'll get hit twice. That one hurt a little more. And Dozat's like, dang. And you're sure I don't get a free trip to first? I mean, heck, I've been hit twice. Gil Stewart getting his second inning of work in for Team 5. Will go wide of the strike zone with the pitch. And the count runs full 3-2 on Dozat. Dozat was the second out in the first inning when he flew out to right field. It'll be fouled back by Dozat. Clouds moving in. Nothing that looks particularly ominous at the moment. When I made the drive over, drove last night to Covington, Louisiana, did some football in Jackson, Alabama, and drove to Covington and got up early this morning to make the rest of the drive over, and actually came through a little bit of a shower activity early. But here it has been nice. There are clouds though, but again, at the moment, nothing that looks ominous. High fly ball in the direction of left field. And there the catch will be made. Dozat with a fly out. I believe that is Robert Franklin now playing left field. And Dozat is out number one. Ridge Morvant to the plate. Now that may be Bertrand moving to the on-deck circle. Popped up. Still trying to get there. It will drop in. On his way to second. Morvant, he's got a double. Fourth hit of the game for Team 7. And a base runner in scoring position for Jude Bertrand. Ethan Little moving to the on-deck circle. And it's popped up on the infield. And that will drop. Connor Leger calling for it. Then couldn't make the catch, and you got a couple of base runners on Bertrand and Morvan. Morvan, thinking it would be caught, hangs at second. 2 runners on with 1 away. Ethan Little coming to the plate. Ethan Little from Opelousas, Opelousas. A lot of the Louisiana pronunciations substantially different than they look. But Ethan Little, 5'8", 165-pounder, graduates in 2026, has a base hit in 2023, and then an error. In left field will allow Morvan to come in, Bertrand to come in. Ethan Little will get all the way to third. Single and an E7. 1 RBI, and the other run comes in on the E. Base runner at third. And let's see if this is Tatum Bonin stepping in. And it is Bonin. Bonin with a walk and a run scored in the second, scored the first run of the ball game. That, of course, was 5 runs ago. Now a 6-1 Team 7 lead. Of course, in this setting, we too could simply have coaches in the inning. Don't necessarily have to register 3 outs. Currently got 1 away. Popped up shallow left field. Catch made, runner holds. Again, you got everybody playing different positions. The lineup card did not provide who was where. But that does indeed look like Seth Smith, who is playing short. And 2 gone for Kaiser Yamarino. Likely that we will go to the bottom of the 5th when Leger, Smith, and Smith come to the plate. And likely the bottom of the 5th will be it for the opening game of 4 on a Saturday from here. That'll go to the screen. Here comes Little. Throw to the plate. Able to get in safely is Little. So the wild pitch brings in another run, makes it a 7-1 lead. And Team 7 has matched their team name. 7 runs on the board. And Ethan Little coming in to score on the wild pitch, getting a little extra coaching. And you heard James Gamble talk about that. The fact that today's not just about playing the game, it's about playing the game and getting tutored up, getting knowledgeable, getting better skill. Yamarino with a walk, a stolen base, got stranded at second in the second. At the plate here in the top of the 5th. And his ground to third, throw across the diamond, a strong one, and out will go Yamarino on the 5-3. 3 runs come in. The lead goes to 6. We head to the bottom of the 5th and likely the end of the game.
Part of the 3rd. On the outside late, a standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss, high. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy, Robbie Hamilton. Yes, that is a good-looking pitch. Got the inside. Swing and miss. Brian Raskol.
We head to the bottom of the 5th. Connor Leger starting it off. Benjamin Smith and Seth Smith due up in the inning 2. I've already heard the participants in the 12 o'clock game summons, so this is likely it. I don't know that we'll get a lot of field prep in between. I mean, there might be some minor improvements to the infield, but I don't think we're really going to get a major makeover or do-over where the field is concerned. And then we'll get into your noon, your 2, your 4 o'clock game. Swing and a miss by Leger. And there is one away. There's your new guy on the hill, Tanner Stockman. Jude Bertrand will work an inning, walk 1 and strike out 3, give up a single run. And hands it over to Tanner Stockman. Benjamin Smith ground into the 5-4 in the 2nd. Ground to 2nd. Throw to 1st. 4-3 will go with the put out of Benjamin Smith, and there's 2 gone. Two gone for Seth Smith. Seth Smith, a strikeout victim in the second. Tanner Stockman trying to make it a 1-2-3 inning and put it into the ball game. Another swing, another miss. A little check on the swing by Smith. We'll send it foul. 1 hour, 52 minutes into the ball game. Got started a little bit early. It will end a little bit late. Our noontime game won't be too far after 12. We've got to round up starting lineups. Otherwise, we should be good to go with your noon matchup. I believe it is teams 2 and 3. Ball tangle, and there is the strikeout of Smith, and that is your ball game. So this one is now final. And UBO Team 7, a 7-1 winner over Team 5, and there's your numbers. Team 7, 5 hits, no errors. They will strand a total of 3, 7 runs, 1 in the second, 3 in the third and fifth. Team 5, a couple of base hits, 1 in the first, 1 in the second. They got their lone run in the fourth, commit 2 errors, and they will leave 3 on. And game 1 in the books, 3 more to go on your Saturday of baseball from Youngsville, Louisiana. Right about noon, we'll be back with more hardball from Faubacher Field. For all the folks with the United Baseball and JockJive, I'm Robert Williams, and so long. Thanks for watching. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We are in Youngsville, Louisiana. It is the UBO Showcase, the United Baseball's fall training session here on JockJive. And it is a little different format from so many different perspectives. And part of those perspectives is no starting lineups. So I was actually in the box running from one side of the diamond to the other to get at least some names to be able to tell you who is coming to the plate when play actually begins. So we are 1 at bat into game number 2. And this is a battle between Team 2 and Team 3. Team 3, the home squad. Team 2, the visitors. And I think pretty much when they come to the plate, we'll know who they are. Gavin Dosay is there now after Drake Diaz goes down. And that is wrapped in the direction of first, but foul. And we will do our best to give you a look and give you a little background on the various gentlemen who are coming to the plate in this particular case. As I mentioned, it is Gavin Dosay, who is from Lafayette, just up the road. Edgar Martin, he'll strike out. And there's 2 gone. So 2 away as Evan Dupree comes to the plate. Total of 4 games. Got about 100 youngsters, or young men, I think probably is more appropriate, who will be participating in today's play. An opportunity to get better at what they do. For the older ones, yeah, maybe displaying their skills. But for the younger, it is getting better. So that when they do become 18, that they have the skills to impress. Two gone, nobody aboard. Top part of the first. Game just underway. First game was a Team 7 win over Team 5, 7-1. But again, we're the only ones keeping score. Scoreboard is off here. There's nobody here in the press box with me at the scoreboard controller. So it's not about runs scored. Really not about base hits. Although if you're a hitter, you obviously want to get a base hit. But it is about, again, getting better at what you do. Evan Dupree taking a pitch a little bit inside. Jace Terrebonne on the hill for Team 3. He too is a Lafayette product. Goes to Southside High. Center fielder, pitcher, and first baseman. And will graduate in 2026. That is swung on, goes back to the screen, headed to first. Dupree, throw there in time, though, to get him. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the first. We go to the bottom of the inning. Team 3 coming to the plate in a scoreless contest.
That's hit well. Finds the gap, hits, rolls off. Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got there's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as teams, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just 1. That is socked into. Runner takes off. The hit and run lifted towards left field. That will drop yours. Troxler drives it right up the middle and ricochets off Martin. Skied 2 up in the inning, 2. First pitch lifted to right field, and that's going to sail towards the warning track.
We head to the bottom of the first in a scoreless ball game. Team 3 sending Evan McBride to the plate first. Jace Terrebonne moving to the on-deck circle. And as I mentioned, we all find out together who's coming to the plate and when. Don't have a lineup per se, don't have a list of the positions because it, of course, will vary. That is lifted over the head of your left fielder, Logan Buenbueno. Watches it sail over the head. It will go about halfway to the fence. It is 355 feet to the fence. That one went about 340, and McBride is standing at second with a double. And in scoring position here in the bottom part of the first. Well, again, today is not about runs scored, not about winning the game, although who goes to a ballpark planning on losing or wanting to lose? But it's about getting better. So a lot of different things, and there you see part of the difference. You got the umpire, who, by the way, is umpiring behind the mound, who is also coaching the pitcher. And the pitcher in this particular case is Hunter Vince. And this isn't about winners or losers. It's not about rooting for one team or the other. It's about making both teams and all players as good as they can possibly be. So thus, the conversations that we'll see frequently during the course of the game. And then at the end of the game, the norm has been for players to gather, and then those coaches, those observers, to give some pointers. All with the purpose of making these guys better players. McBride taking off for third, and he will get there safely. So a base runner 90 feet away from becoming the Team 3 first run of the ball game. And Chase Terrebonne with an opportunity to drive that run in. Ethan Castile moving to the on-deck circle. Outside with the pitch to Terrebonne. 2 more games today. We'll wrap up our coverage, head to the house, and then, of course, next week for the Showcase Series, which is all under the umbrella of the Global Scouting Bureau, as is United Baseball. We will head to coastal Alabama south for a couple of days of baseball, Saturday and Sunday. Had a little trouble getting Georgia Military College and Monroe rolling, but they are in Milledgeville, Georgia. If you want to check out some Georgia Military College football, some JUCO football, you know, in between ball games. You don't want to go now, but if you want to do that in between games, or heck, if you got another device nearby, another iPad, phone, computer, swing and a miss by Terrebonne. And again, we don't have a pitch count on the scoreboard. Umpire doesn't give us the pitch count. Frequently, I think I heard him say something in 1. That will drop into the zone, and it was something in 1. It's something in 2 now. Couple of strikes on Terrebonne. But yeah, a lot of differences today as compared to your typical day of baseball. One is, of course, as I mentioned already, your umpire situated behind the mound. That'll be fouled away by Terrebonne. And obviously, too, in a ball game, you're not going to see a bucket of baseballs. The pitcher will reach into that bucket and pull out another baseball after one is fouled away. McBride at third, nobody gone. Terrebonne sending it towards center field. Catch made, holding at third is McBride. Throws it to the screen. McBride says, heck, I can come on home. He'll score. Compliments of the errant toss. So Terrebonne the out, but the run is in, and Team 3 takes the 1-zip lead. And Ethan Castile will come to the plate. And while he's headed back to the dugout, Ethan McBride getting some instructions, some advice that will help him on down the road. A little bit inside with the offering from Hunter Vince. Well, the roster provided doesn't necessarily have all of the names of the individuals here. It's a combination of those who typically play here at Youngsville and also play at Crowley. A little bit outside with the pitch to Castile. But I can kind of cross-reference, thumb through some other notes and see if I can find out who it is coming to the plate next. Carter Hebert is standing on deck. And we'll bat next. One away, one in, nobody on. Bottom of the first. A 3-up, 3-down top part of the inning. This is the third hitter in the bottom part of the inning. One is already in. Hunter Vince, the pitch. Ground to short. To Hopper. Lobbed over to first. 6-3 goes the put out of Castile. And there was two away with Carter Hebert making his way to the plate. Dixon Amon to the on-deck circle. A little bit high with the inside offering to Hebert. Hebert, a pretty common name here in Louisiana, maybe the most recognizable in the sports world Hebert name, Bobby Hebert. Played for the Saints. I'm trying to remember who he played for collegiately. It seems like it was a Louisiana college. Maybe the Cajuns, the Raging Cajuns. I'll have to look that up. Hebert sending it to second. Another two-hopper on the infield. Over to first goes the 4-3 put out. And nobody's left on. One run will play. Team 3 taking a 1-zip lead. But apparently we're going to go beyond 3. There again is something unique that you can see here that you won't see elsewhere. Got 3 gone, but coaches apparently want to see a little more. And Dixon Imon coming to the plate. So you got 3 outs. You got Terrebonne, Castile, and Hebert who have gone down. And how about another is something you won't see very often at a baseball diamond, and that's 2 number 10s. Well, I think they just realized, hey, there were 3 outs. So we will change sides, and we will head to the top of the second. Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Gone. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do.
And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing. And
top of the second gets underway in a 1-zip ball game. Hollister Oliver starting things off. He'll take a strike on the outside part of the plate. Team 3 gets an Evan McBride double. Eventually McBride comes in on an error. And out will go Hollister to begin the second. Jace Terrebonne's been pretty effective on the bump as a pitcher. I know he's listed first as a center fielder, secondly as a pitcher, but he has had some success there, facing 4 and setting 4 down. A lot of number 3s on this team. This is the third number 3 to come to the plate in 4 at-bats. As this one is fielded by Terrebonne, goes to first with a throw, and there's 2 away. And let's see if I can thumb through notes and tell you precisely who that particular number 3 was. Camden Romero. So Camden Romero wraps into the 1-3. Popped up on the infield, and there the catch made. Logan Bienvenu will fly out. So it's a 3-up, 3 down, top of the second. We're headed to the bottom of the inning. Didn't take long to get through that half of the inning. Team 3 leading it by 1, coming to bat.
here's the payoff. Got the inside. Going. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing.
We head to the bottom part of the second. Dixon Iman will start it off. Ranger Olivier and Ethan Little due up in the inning two. New pitcher on the hill, Hunter Vince, will work an inning and give up a double. 1 run, no strikeouts, no walks. And hands it over to, I believe, Gavin Dosay. As I mentioned, there are 3 number 3s on Team 2. But I'm going with Dosay because he is listed as a shortstop and pitcher. Whereas Romero, well, he's listed as a second baseman and pitcher. Then you got Cameron LeBlanc wearing 3, listed as an outfielder and second baseman. And then you got Drake Diaz. You got 3 number 3s on Team 2. But Drake Diaz listed as a middle infielder and catcher. So we got a 1 out of 2 chance if we go with the 2 guys listed as pitchers, Dosay and Romero. And Iman will send that one over into right field, leadoff single. Team 3 got a leadoff double from Evan McBride in the first, and now get a leadoff single from Dixon Iman in the second. Base runner on for Ranger Olivier. Bottom part of inning number 2. And these young men with an opportunity to show what they can do and get better at what they do. As that one is punted towards first but foul by Olivier. Back to first goes Iman. Parker Bonvillian in the hole. Over first with the throw, and Iman able to get back safely. Well, as I mentioned, either you got Camden Romero, who is listed as a second baseman who likes to pitch at 5'4", 127, graduating in 27, or Gavin Dosay from Lafayette, a shortstop who likes to pitch, also listed at 5'4", and graduates in 28. So there's just not a lot of difference in trying to distinguish between the two. Same height, graduate about the same time, a year apart. Ground to short, possibility of 2. There is 1. Throw to first, just a little bit late. Got the 6 and the 4, but not the 3. And Iman is out. Olivier is on. Ethan Little coming to the plate. And 2 over the course of the game, we might see a hitter bat in a different spot. Maybe he bats 8, then he bats 1. We could see as many as 15 hitters. That's what we saw for Team 7 in the opening game. Ethan Little with a base runner on and 1 away. Bottom part of the second. Evan McBride, the first to come to the plate in the bottom of the first, and got a double, is thus far the only run in the game. Inside with the pitch. Be sure to go to unitedbaseball.org to get information on today's play. As a matter of fact, there are rosters there too. Plus, you can see who plays when. That is a high fly ball in the direction of left field. And there the catch will be made for out number 2. Two going for Parker Bonvillian. Well, the gentleman wrote their names down, and I can't read my handwriting, much less theirs. It is Keelan Lenormand, who is moving to the on-deck circle. There on your screen is Ranger Olivier at second. Pitched a little bit outside to Bonvillian. Parker Bonvillian from Broussard attends Southside High, outfielder and pitcher. 6'2", 170. And will graduate in 2025. So he is now in his junior year. Well, here's some of that I was telling you about, where coaches will literally coach players on the field of play. And your pitcher getting instruction as he gets ready to deliver to Bonvillian, and does so low and inside. Bottom of the second, we are 31 minutes in. These games roughly an hour 45, give or take a few. That is fouled back on the hit and run. Running was Olivier. He'll put on the brakes and go back to second. Hey, a reminder, you can also watch the game coverage today on YouTube. And if you'd like to subscribe to our YouTube channel, have at it. The more the merrier. We want subscribers. We want to grow the numbers. So if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to click on that subscribe button. If you're not and you want to, you can. It's the same coverage. Or you can watch it on whatever device you're watching and still subscribe to YouTube on another. Bonvillian with a base runner at second, 2 gone. Bottom of the second, into the dirt with a pitch. Off to third goes Olivier. And Team 3 trying to add to the lead, trying to double it up. That is sliced in the direction of right field. Base hit for Bonvillian. It will bring in Olivier. So Bonvillian with the RBI single. Doubles the lead, makes it a 2-zip ball game. Keelan Lamorland coming to the plate. And Ranger Olivier, who just scored the second run of the ball game, getting coached on his way to the dugout. And Lamorman will step in with a base runner at first, 2 gone in a 2-zip game. High with the inside pitch. High with the offering, and the count goes to 2-0. Lengthy conversation between Coach and Olivier. I like that. I mean, there's probably several things he kind of made note of, Coach, while Olivier was on the base path, and said, hey, here's some things to fine-tune. Swing and a miss, but a stolen base for Bonvillian. In scoring position becomes an RBI opportunity for Lamorman. Inside with the pitch. Base runner at second, 2-zip ball game. 1 run in the first, 1 run in the second. That is ground towards short. It will travel into left. That'll be charged as an E6. And Lamorman will get on in first. Couple of base runners aboard on the corners. And that has got Hunter. I would say in other parts of the country, Rogers would correct me if I'm wrong, Jerry Martinez. That's probably Hunter Roger. Right between the 2 and the 5 on Hunter. But he's not going to go to first as a hit batsman. And as a hit batsman, Lamorman will have to trot back to first. So you still got your runners on the corners after the pitch as the toss is low and away to Roger. I'm going with Roger as long as we're playing in Louisiana and got a Louisiana guy at the plate. I got to check out the numbers on Roger. He looks like a lengthy fella, 6'5", 180, junior. Slowly rolls it towards third. Throw over to first. Misfiring, and that will bring in a run. Bonvillian scores. Lamorland on his way home, too. And it doesn't take many strides to get Roger at second. So a couple of runs played and a base runner at second. In a 4-zip game, it's been a 3-run inning. Inside pitch, but holding at second is Roger, and that's a little coaching up. Is going to be headed towards Roger, and coach was already indicating body language why he's, hey, shouldn't you have been running? He didn't, stays put at second. Sebastian Stout at the plate. And some of these guys we have seen in prior games, Stout is one of them. Got a base runner aboard at second, that is Roger. Got a piece of it, foul tips it back. Got a little bit of a breeze blowing, and that's a little wobble in the center field look. It's sitting on top of a van, and that wind can create a little havoc. Currently blowing in. We've seen it blow different directions here. I'm looking at the flags in left field. They're my wind gauges. And I've seen him blowing left to right, blowing out, now blowing in. Stout with Roger at second. 3 runs in. Olivier, Bonvillian, and Lamorman have scored. That's a high pitch to Stout. I mentioned Stout played in the prior game for Team 5. Got a 3rd inning at bat and struck out looking. Into the dirt with the pitch. Count goes to 3-1. Top of the order, Evan McBride moves to the on-deck circle for Team 3. 8 teams here, all part of the UBO organization. That'll be an infield single for Stout. Third hit of the inning, fourth of the game for Team 3. Roger will move to third, runners at first and third. Here in the bottom of the second. And is lifted out of play. McBride with a double in the first and scored the game's first run. Jace Terrebonne to the on-deck circle. Foul away. We think it is Gavin Dosay on the hill, but again, it could be either he or Camden Romero. Just looking to see if either had it listed, whether he was a right or a left-handed pitcher. Maybe that would give us a little help. But it doesn't, so still could be one of the two. Of course, it could still be one of the other threes that don't typically pitch, but getting some pitch. I doubt that, though. Ground to short, throw to first. McBride out on the 6-3. Couple of runners stranded, but 3 are in. Team 3 takes a 4-zip lead into the third.
Most ever to watch a baseball game here. Swing. It is 1-2. There. Eli Snelson in center field. Christian Corona is the right fielder. Go to the bottom part of the inning. Colton Wood has recovered. Bring Hankins, Stevenson, and Brown to the plate. All batting ninth. Christian Mincy is the 10 guy. And first, though. And we're talking about the second innings. Zach Munger. Swing and miss. Brewer. Got a base runner on. Nobody gone. Same on Saturday and 3 again tomorrow. Leading off the third. 2-2 pitch. On the outside part where will be the weekend of Mobile as Lambert. Bryce Eddington, a teammate on that Bishop State squad, is due. Christian Early will hit 9th. And
bringing the top of the third underway. Let's thumb through pictures and tell you who is starting things off. That is Nicholas Kurowski. And you got a new pitcher on the hill. The new pitcher is Parker Bonvilla. Chase Terrebonne will work a couple of innings, face the minimum of 6, strike out 4. No walks, no hits, no runs. And hands it over to Bonvillion, who will face Kurowski, Watson, and Yamarino. That is dropped into right field, base hit, leadoff single. First of the game for Team 2. So Kurowski on, Colin Watson coming to the plate. 2 more games to go, and then we wrap up your fall training here on JockJive. Next weekend, though, be with us again on Saturday. Plan is to go to Coastal Alabama South and bring you baseball from the new home of the Coyotes. Used to be the Sun Chiefs. Now the Coyotes. With a new head coach, by the way, J.D. Pruitt, who is very much involved with the showcase and with the Global Scouting Bureau. That is sliced foul by Watson. And with United Baseball, he's the new baseball coach there at Coastal Alabama South. Throw to second in with a stolen base. That is Nicholas Kurowski. Now standing in second becomes an RBI opportunity for Watson, a chance for Team 2 to plate their first run, getting rid of the goose egg here on what is now a Saturday afternoon of baseball. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. And here in Youngsville, it's already warmed to 90. I thought we were through with the 90s. Nah, they're back. Feels like 97. Down to third will go Kurowski. Sun sets at 7:03, 18-mile visibility. Winds out of the south at 3 with gusts to 9. As Watson apparently strikes out. He's not sure. But, yep, there's confirmation from our umpire/coach. And Watson is out number 1. Going to bring Kaiser Yamarino to the plate. Yamarino, another one of those players who played in the prior game, played for Team 7, got a couple of at-bats. Walked and stole a base in one, and then ground into a 5-3 in the other. Strike delivered on the inside part of the plate. Got an air quality that's 22 and good. The UV index 8 and very high. The high today 9. Make that 6 degrees above average. Popped up the second out goes Yamarino. And there's 2 gone with Kurowski still over at third. And another one of your number 3s. There are 4 of them on this squad. This is Robert Franklin. part of the reason you've got a large volume of number threes is that some come from other teams. Robert Franklin would be one of those. He played for Team 5 in the prior game and got one at bat, struck out in the second. Jackson Guthrie to the on-deck circle. That'll get into the dirt, go to the screen. That will give Kurowski an opportunity to score, and Team 2's on the board. By the way, in that opening ball game, Team 7, a 7-1 winner over Team 5. In this one, it is a 4-1 Team 3 lead. Team 2 on the board, though. Robert Franklin with a swing and miss. Terrebonne, Castile, and Hebert. 2, 3, and 4 in the order for Team 3 coming to the plate when we get to the bottom of the third. That will hop to the screen. One run in. Nicholas Kurowski led it off with a single. First base hit of the ball game for Team 2. Turns into a run. Stole second. And then comes in on a wild pitch. Watson and Yamarino go down. Franklin does too with a strike on the outside part of the plate. But Team 2 on the board. As we head to the bottom of the third, it's Terrebonne, Castile, and Hebert coming up for Team 3.
Part of the third. On the outside late, a standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss, high. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy, Robbie Hamilton. As that is a good-looking pitch, got the inside. Swing and miss. Brian Raskol.
Bottom of the third gets underway. Chase Terrebonne will start it off. Ethan Castile and Carter Abaird due up in the inning, too. The new pitcher is Kaiser Yamarino. And in this particular case, there's only 151 on Team 2. So, no debate. It is Yamarino who is on the bump. Well, my apologies if it wasn't Gavin Dosay, and it was, say, Camden Romero pitching for Team 2. As I mentioned, they've got 3 number 3s on their roster. And let's see, are they all about 5'4"? Romero's 5'4", Dosay's 5'4", LeBlanc 5'1". So, and Diaz 5'1". So, you know, they're close, similar in stature. So, difficult to know when you don't know the players specifically. So if, and I'm really good at getting things wrong, I was wrong and it wasn't Dosay, my apologies. But his time on the bump is over, and Yamarino will step in. Terrebonne with a fly out to center field in the first, batting here in the third, creeping up on an hour into the ball game, with 2 more to go. And of course, if you are in the vicinity of Lafayette, Louisiana, and want to come to the Diamond, come on down. Still got a couple of great games coming up. Some outstanding ball players getting even more outstanding at their trade. Ethan Castile awaiting his chance next. Terrebonne taking a pitch a little bit inside. Jackson Guthrie starts it off for Team 2 when you get to the 4th inning. That is ground towards center field, base hit, leadoff single for Terrebonne, 5th hit of the game for Team 3. And that is the 3rd consecutive inning in which a base hit has begun things for Team 3. Ethan Castile to the plate. Carter Abaird to the on-deck circle. Strike delivered on the inside part of the plate to the left-handed Castile. Base runner aboard Terrebonne. McBride started off the first with a double. Iman began the second with a single. Terrebonne begins the third with a base hit. High pitch to Castile, who ground into the 6-3 in the first. He was the second out in the inning. At the plate here in the bottom of the third. Terrebonne back over to the bag at first. As you know, we do a lot of Showcase Series baseball in the summer, and a lot of these names I recognize from the summer. Terrebonne being one, the guy at first. As that one is fouled away by Castile. United Baseball also, under that Global Scouting Bureau and Showcase Series umbrella, got a big event coming to South Walton in Sandestin, Florida in March, bringing in 8 of the best high school teams in the country. So kind of make a mental note, mid-March. Be looking for the great baseball from Santa Rosa Beach if you want to go there. The white sandy beaches of Northwest Florida. High pitch that gets Terrebonne to second. I mean, heck, that's a great time to go to the beaches. I'm not one of these beach fans in the summer when it's packed. I like it in the winter. A lot less traffic, cheaper hotels. And of course, we'll stream it live too. So yeah, if you want to go, that'd be great. If you can't make it, we'll be there. Outside with a pitch to Castile. Carter Hebert is on deck. Nobody gone. Bottom of the third. We have just crept over the 1 hour mark here in game number 2 of a quadruple header. Fouled off by Castile. "70 players that play here in Youngsville, 35 that play in Crowley, converging on Faubacher Field. And playing their baseball on a Saturday. And we'll hop away from the catcher, roll over to the screen. Karowski tracks it down, but not before Terrebonne takes third. And now that RBI opportunity for Castile is 90 feet closer. Strike delivered, and out goes Castile, caught looking. That is the first strikeout from Team 2 pitching, and it comes from Kaiser Yamarino. So one away for Carter Hebert. Dixon Iman to the on-deck circle. That is shot up the middle base ramp. It'll bring in Terrebonne. Hebert delivering with an RBI single. Team 3 getting that run back, given up in the top part of the inning to Team 2, and expands it again to a 4-run lead. So Hebert delivering with the 6th base hit of the game for Team 3. Dixon Iman to the plate. Roger Olivier to the on-deck circle. Big cut from Iman. He was thinking about 320 or 355. That's the distance to the fence. Iman with a single in the second, 1 for 1 in the ball game. Got one away and a runner on. Throw outside from Yamarino. Bottom of the third in a 5-1 game, one away. Yamarino, after Vince worked an inning. No, Say worked an inning. Let's see if Yamarino works one or more. Out goes Iman, and there's 2 gone. And both have come via strikeouts. Castile looking, Iman swinging. 2 gone for Ranger Olivier. Olivier grounded to the 6-4 putout that got Iman off the base path in the second. Ethan Little to the on-deck circle. Jackson Guthrie starts the fourth when we get there for Team 2. Up high with the offering, count evens up at 1. Not a bad crowd on hand. Got a very nice 10 overhang, so fans don't have to sit in the sun, and they're not. They have found the cool spots on a 90-degree day here in Youngsville, Louisiana. Then we fouled back to the screen. Olivier grounded the 6-4, took Eiman off the base path, but he stayed on, eventually came in and scored on a wild pitch. Runner goes safely at second with a stolen base is Carter Hebert. And anytime one of the big guys gets a stolen base, it deserves a round of applause, and he gets it. High and away with the offering to Olivier. I don't know why it is 99 is the number that always provokes a question in my mind as to how the players determine what number they want to be. I don't know why it's not 7 or 13 or 11 or 12, but for some reason it's 99 that catches my attention. And when I see 99, I'm sure I think of things that these youngsters haven't even heard of. You know, like the Toto song or like Agent 99 on Get Smart. Upstairs with the offering to Olivier. Get Smart, the TV show from, you know, like the late 60s, early 70s. Oh, you people are too young. Or maybe it's that I'm too old. High with the offering. Ethan Little hoping to get an opportunity here in the bottom of the third. Team 2 wants to face him in the fourth, and that's when they will as Olivier strikes out. 1 run, 2 hits, 3 Ks in the inning. It's a 5-1 ball game, Team 3, as we head to the fourth.
That's hit well. Finds the gap, hits, rolls off. Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got to. There's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as teams, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just 1. That is socked into. Runner takes off. The hit and run lifted towards left field. That will drop yours. Troxler drives it right up the middle and ricochets off Martin. Skied 2 up in the inning, 2. First pitch lifted to right field, and that's going to sail towards the warning track.
We head to the top of the fourth, bottom of the order. Jackson Guthrie will start it off. 1-run plates at the bottom of the third. It's back to a 4-run ball game. And Guthrie will begin it for Team 2. Wild pitch goes to the screen from Parker Bonvillian, getting his second inning of work in. If the first pitcher is any indication as to how long the second pitcher will be there, then Bonvillian will be there this inning, and then somebody else will take over. Hunter Vince to the on-deck circle, and then it's back to the top of the order for Team 2. Jackson Guthrie taking a pitch on the outside part of the plate. Able to fight off the offering. Stay alive at the plate. Drake Diaz will follow Hunter Vince, who's the guy on deck, who will follow the guy who's at the plate, Jackson Guthrie. Not supposed to be any rain today. Let's hope that is what we've got. No rain today. Pitch behind Guthrie. Swing, miss, out will go Guthrie, trying to hold up on the swing on a high inside offering. And couldn't. Back-to-back Ks for Bonvillian. Got Franklin to end the third and gets Guthrie to begin the fourth. That is strikeout number 3 for Bonvillian. One out for Hunter Vince. I'm not sure this is Hunter Vince, though. No, apparently, I'm assuming Guthrie didn't strike out. This is Guthrie still on the plate. So when we thought he'd been handcuffed and struck out, apparently he had not been. Or maybe he was struck out and the coach wanted him back into the box to take another pitch and improve on something he saw. There's a strike on the inside part of the plate. And there you've got Guthrie going down for out number 1. And this is Hunter Vince coming to the plate next. Top of the order, Drake Diaz to the on-deck circle. Little Bonvillian and Lamorman when you get to the bottom of the fourth for Team 3. A little bit inside with the offering, and the count evens up at 1. One ball, one strike. On the outside part of the plate. Low inside offering. Bonvillian thus far facing a total of 5. This is his 6th. Has given up a single, struck out 3. 1 run is plated over the head of Vince with the offering. If you were with us in the opening game, you heard James Gamble talk about this fall training and the fact that, yeah, the bulk of the players here do not play football, but there are a handful. Most are baseball only. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate to Vince. 2 gone. We'll get back to the top of the order. Greg Diaz coming to the plate, who was one of 4 Ks for starting pitcher Jace Terrebonne. First pitch over the head of Diaz. Gavin Dosset to the on-deck circle. Count goes even at 1. One ball, couple of strikes. Team 3 pitching has now accounted for 8 strikeouts in 4 innings. 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth. That is lifted foul in the direction of left by Diaz. Diaz, the first out in the first inning. That is fouled off again in the direction of left, over towards third. One team, 2 run in the third. Team 3 with a run in the first. 3 runs in the second and a run in the third. Putting something across every inning. Popped up. Shallow left, coming in to make the catch. Is your left fielder, and again, we don't know who's where. Fielding-wise, just know he got a pretty good catch there on the fly ball by Diaz. 3 go up, 3 go down. Nobody scores. In the top of the fourth, we head to the bottom of the inning with Little, Bonvillion, and Lamorman coming up.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Fye-Sackerly with 2 gone. Fye-Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
We head to the bottom of the fourth. Ethan Little starting it off. The new pitcher on the hill is Evan Dupree. Kaiser Yamarino will work an inning, give up a couple of hits, strike out 3, and allow a single run in his time on the hill. Hands it over to Dupree. Dupree facing Little, Bonvillian, and Lamorman. Here in the bottom of the fourth, an hour 25 into the second game of a 4-game set here at Fallbacher Field. Outside with the offering to Little. Little with a fly out to left field. He was the second out in the second inning. That will be behind Little. Well, I was trying to find some information on Google, which you know that I am a professional Googleologist, have a degree in Googleology, to see if I can give just some specifics on Fallbacher Field, but I don't see my old fallback, and that is Wikipedia, with any information on Fallbacher. But I know it is a storied stadium. A lot of baseball has been played here. Collegiately, they play here. Got a collegiate league that plays their baseball. Obviously, United Baseball Organization. And I would gander a guess, as that one is dropped by Yamanera over at third, and the late throw over will not get Little. That'll be an E5. Third Team 2 error of the game. Putting a base runner on as Parker Bonvillian comes to the plate, but I would venture a guess that some of the area high schools, at least at points, play some ball here. Bonvillian with a single, an RBI, and a run scored his prior at-bat. Throw goes to the screen, Little goes to second. And an RBI opportunity for Bonvillian. Team 3 matching their largest lead of the game with a 1-run plating in the third. Then countered the 1 run that plated in the top part of the inning for Team 2. Coach up onto the bump, having a conversation with Dupree. Evan Dupree from Church Point, homeschooled, likes first and third, but obviously adept on the bump too. And Dupree slated to graduate in 2028. Bonvillian 1 for 1 in the ball game. Drives it towards short. Backhand there on the 3-hop over to first with a throw. Nice grab on the receiving end, but apparently safe is Bonvillian. And that'll put runners on the corners. Well, I'm giving Bonvillian a base hit. Fielded cleanly at short, fielded cleanly at first. But Bonvillian safe. And that puts runners at first and third for Keelan Lamorland. High toss goes to the screen. Little thought about coming in from third. Bonvillian does take second. And a couple of base runners in scoring position for Lamorman. Lamorman reached on an E6, came in and scored a run as part of that 3-run third, make that second inning for Team 3. Fouled away by Lamorman. Here's the Evan Dupree offering, just a little bit inside and just a tad high. Infield playing in tight. Hoping to gun down Little coming in from third. Outside with the pitch. Well, I think we've had the winds blowing in just about every direction they can blow. Left to right, right to left, out and in. Hit the short, throw to first. Out goes Lamorman on the 6-3, but he'll pick up the RBI that brings in Ethan Little. Team 3 building their largest lead of the game. 2/3 goes Bonvillion as Hunter Roger steps in. All 6'5" of Hunter Roger. Well, now after looking at the roster and the height of Roger, I understand why when I walked into the dugout, I was like, this guy's a coach. He's not a player. He's a tall guy. And is sent foul over in the direction of third. And a little time to grow. He is just a junior this year. Out of Lafayette, Southside High, pitcher and outfielder. Batting with one away and a runner at third. That is Bonvillion. Fifth inning for Team 2's got Dosey, Dupree, and Oliver all coming up. High pitch goes to the screen. Here comes Bonvillion from third. He will score. And the wild pitch brings in another run. Makes it a 7-1 game, which matches the outcome of the first game today. Team 7 beating Team 5, 7-1. Here's the Evan Dupree pitch to Roger, who reached on an E5 in the second. Sebastian Stout to the on-deck circle. 2, 3, and 4 in the order for Team 2 when you get to the fifth. And right now you got both coaches coaching. Evan Dupree getting coached up on the bump, and Hunter Roger at the plate. Here's the Dupree pitch, just a little bit inside. Lone out in the inning, the 6-3 put out of Lamorman, and that Lamorman out brought in a run. Got Bonvillion in. Outside with the pitch to Roger. Hollister Oliver now behind the plate for Team 2. A Lafayette product. First baseman and third baseman are positions 1 and 2, but getting some time behind the plate in this one. Sebastian Stout awaiting his opportunity next. Here's the pitch from Dupree. It is chopped foul by Roger. Two more games to go. We are in the 4th in this one. I don't know if we go to the 5th or not. We are an hour 36 in, but 15 minutes away from the slated 2 p.m. start time for the 3rd game of the day. Inside to Roger. And he'll be given a walk, and well, I think there's the answer. We'll end the ball game at 1:46. An hour 36 in. Won't go to the 5th. And that final teaching seminar for the gentleman who played game 2 happening there on the bump. As we take a look at your final numbers in this one, let's make sure we've got everything right, or at least as right as I'm going to get them. And here you go. 7-1 win. As a matter of fact, 2 7-1 ball games. First game was a Team 7 7-1 win over Team 5. This one, a Team 3 7-1 victory over Team 2. 1 hit, 3 errors committed by Team 2. They got their lone run in the 3rd. Nobody was left on. Meanwhile, Team 3, 6, make that 7 hits. Picking up their 7 runs this way. 1 in the first, 3 in the second, 1 in the 3rd, and 2 runs in the 4th. They will leave a total of 4 on and do not commit an error. 2 games in the books and 2 games to go. We're about 15 minutes away from the start of Game 3 on your Saturday of baseball from Faubacher Field. For United Baseball and JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. See you in 15. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It is game number 3 of a 4-game slate of baseball here at Faubacher Field in Youngsville, Louisiana, just a tad south of Lafayette. Team 6, Team 4 battling. And I list them in that order because that is visitor versus home. 6 is the visiting squad, and 4 is the home team in this one. Alonzo Alexander stepping in to start things off. And the first pitch is ripped foul. 0-1 the count. Stepping up onto the bump for Team 6. Donning the number 39. And I'm looking at rosters and don't see a 39 there, but hang on, I can do a little cross-referencing. and see if I can tell you exactly who is on the bump. That is Hunter Brown. So Hunter Brown up onto the bump. A little different from a number of perspectives, obviously, one of which is you don't see anybody umpiring behind the plate. The umpire is actually a coach who is behind the mound. 2, we're not that concerned with the score. As a matter of fact, no scoreboard on. So that's not that relevant. It's about getting better. Better at what you do. These gentlemen who range in age from 13 to 18. Alexander awaiting the Brown pitch. Able to get a piece of it and send it foul. Connor Welch and Chase. And I'm going to have to get Jerry Martinez on the microphone. And was planning on, we're going to let you use this with Jerry because they're a lot more cushy and comfortable. We want you to be comfortable here. And so we're giving him those are like the king sets. The ones you originally grabbed were ones that I would wear. But these are the cushy ones. So
what are you trying to say, Robert?
Well, I'm trying to say that we want to treat you extra special.
Well, I feel special because I get the opportunity to sit next to you. I love your work, and I only get to see you one season each year. And it takes a whole year, and now I saw you at the end of the summer. Now I get to see you early in the fall. It's great.
Well, you know, that is interesting that you bring that up. I don't think that we worked the same summer event much, if at all.
We didn't, but I did see you, I think, in Crowley. Did I not?
No.
Or was that somebody else?
That was somebody else.
Okay.
Somebody looked like me. That's scary.
Well, that's sad. That's
yeah,
me.
That's swing and a miss by Welch. Okay, let's get some pronunciations in. Dauthier.
Let me look at it.
All right. Can you see my handwriting there well enough to ascertain what I'm trying to ask? Dothan.
Yep.
I knew there was a Louisiana spin to it.
Well, I've been here for about 20 years now. I'm originally from Texas, but you learn it real quick.
Well, and you do an excellent job. You've helped me. As a matter of fact, a couple of years ago at Nicholls State, I mean, I was struggling all over the place and calling people things they weren't. And you got me on the straight and narrow.
Well, I didn't marry a Hebert. I married an Hebert.
That's right.
So that's what I learned.
That kind of puts you in touch with the correct Louisiana
It does.
pronunciations. All right, Jerry Martinez, tell us the role you play on a day like today. I mean, obviously, where the Global Scouting Bureau and the United Baseball Organization and the Showcase Series is concerned, you're right there as part of the foundation. But on a day like today, what's your role?
Well, my role, other than just moral support and having the old guy here, what this type of situation does for all the players is it gives us an opportunity to evaluate them during a time of year when the win is not the most important thing. The thing that we do really well is we evaluate and we develop. And so wins and losses are not imperative, even performance. One of the, I guess, the downsides of our industry, if there is one, is that our culture has moved to a play culture, and we have moved away from a training culture. And little by little, it became more fun to play the game than it was to practice. And so this is another opportunity during these players' off seasons so that they can get a little insight, real speed, real game insight on what they may or may not be doing, what their thought processes are. The game of baseball is fraught with a lot of anxiety. It's a difficult game. And the game tends to speed up, just like a specific skill, physical skill. You need a specific, sometimes, thought. So that thought hones you to that skill, not the other way around. And so our coaches here, all of which have extensive experience beyond high school, they understand not only the game of baseball, but the business of baseball and the importance that plays in development and what have you. They're able to give that insight in real speed on a Saturday afternoon in the fall.
Well, and obviously you've got a huge baseball pedigree yourself. I mean, you have coached at the upper echelon, Division I baseball. So give us a little bio on you. I mean, for the folks that may not be, and I just can't imagine anybody not being familiar with Jerry Martinez, but let's say they're not.
My coaching experience basically is I coached 19 years at 4 different Division I schools. I worked as a scout for several years off and on. And so from the perspective of the business of baseball, I've gotten a pretty bird's eye view of what type of player, how to develop that player, and then most importantly, what I've learned from James, and it's the thing that kind of gets you out of the locker room, gets you off the field, and gets you into a bird's eye view in this press box, is that the business of baseball and the game of baseball are very different. And the thing that that really appealed to me was I too am an advocate of young players. I recognize that not all players are gifted. Not all players have the benefit of having people around them to advocate for them. You know, a real small statistic is we all know that, 6 to 8% of players actually move on to play college baseball. Well, of those 6 or 8%, there's a small percentage that it doesn't matter who's around them. Their skill set is so high that it wouldn't matter whether they played for United or the Lafayette Bobos. Nobody would care. Everybody knows about that player. But the majority of players don't fall into that window. They fall into a much larger lane where it's very easy to overlook that player because there's no one significant tool that we can define. So we need for people to have a network large enough to advocate for that player. But the important thing is, when I say advocate, I have to know that the skills of this player can apply somewhere else. We have to fit it. So instead of shooting everything with a shotgun, we're trying to hone in on a rifle. So that's kind of what we do.
Got a couple of base runners on as you got the Matthew Kidder single executed to perfection. The hit and run as Dothan will make his way to third. You got a couple of base runners aboard here with 2 gone in the top of the first, talking with Jerry Martinez here at the UBO fall training session at Fallbacher Field. Today, very few of these athletes play football and baseball. And I bring up football because we're in football season.
Correct.
You as a coach, did you like having an athlete that played multiple sports, or was the athlete typically better if they focused on one?
That's a hard question, but the majority of athletes that played, beyond high school, it really didn't matter. Obviously, what you find more and more is that the really good athlete has probably played multiple sports because all of the sports are transitional. They have skills and assets within those sports that you learn that transition to the skills necessary to be a good baseball player. So whether you're a football player, whether you're a soccer player, whether you're a tennis player, those are all transitional, or a basketball player. My gosh, baseball's an eye and hand sport. What better sport to hone those skills than basketball at a very, very early age? So usually it's very easy to pick out those players that are multiple sport players. That's really the only way to answer that question. Whether I would rather have one over the other, no, not necessarily. Some sports are tougher and demand more from the individual than others. But no, that's kind of the short answer to that.
Well, what about these youngsters, though, who primarily are playing baseball? I mean, is it a plus to their skill set to encourage them to play another sport? Or is it just very athlete to athlete?
I think it varies athlete to I think a lot of them that go to larger schools that may not possess the skills to play those other sports, they probably can't do that. The ones that we don't see today. there may be a few out here that played in a football game last night and they come out and, get a few swings in. It's no big deal. But what we find is usually the skilled athletes have an easier time at it than the down linemen and those guys. It's harder for them to recover. But I don't, to pick one, I would say I don't know.
Got two going, got a base runner in third, got a runner in, got a Robert Franklin at the plate here in the top part of the first. Team 6. Team 4, UBO baseball here in late September, about to wrap up the month. As a matter of fact, no, we got a little more baseball in September. Next Saturday, and then a week from tomorrow, we will be into the 10th month of the year. Do you as a coach just have a normal tendency of evaluating talent? I mean, you're no longer a coach from a standpoint of, coaching a particular team, but is there just this natural tendency from a former coach to keep watching and assessing talent?
Yeah, I think any time that you're watching a game, you're evaluating. There's not a practice or a game or anything that I'm not doing that I'm in some way or form critiquing what is happening, recognizing a tendency. That's part of the fun of sport. But as far as this is concerned, I think one of the things I missed because of my age is that a lot of the technology now that it's available to coaches, to teachers, to the game of baseball and to all sports, it's tremendously helpful. The things that I was forced to learn with my eye, okay, which it got us through, is now absolutely identified with the technology. Let me just give you an example. As a pitching coach, you always battle with trying to develop new pitches, new bullets in the gun to make that pitcher more effective. And one of the things that you learn over a short period of time is that, okay, I need to throw a slider, but the spin rate that's required to throw a slider is much higher than this individual possesses. We could have cut to the chase a long time. Me trying to force that individual into a slider that just didn't possess the ability to do it. And so over a longer period of time, you find that out through trial and error, but you can go right to it if you know what those assets are, what those strengths of the pitcher is. But yeah, it's you develop an eye, you develop a sense. There's certain things you're looking at. Sometimes in certain environments, you can see the player when he walks on the field. You don't have to see him throw, hit, swing, whatever. There he is, okay? There's an it factor that sometimes you can identify. And sometimes you can't till you see that individual compete. So it's not an exact science. There's a lot of mess ups. But yeah, the coaches today have additional weapons to go in and kind of shorten the learning curve that maybe we didn't have years ago.
It's interesting that you bring that up. Last night I was doing a high school football game. Bayside Academy is coached now by Barrett Trotter. Barrett Trotter is a 32-year-old coach who was a backup to Cam Newton and then was the starter at Auburn. And I'd done an interview with him and mentioned to him, hey, what about new technology? Does that play a role in your coaching? He said, you bet. Last night I went to look at the field, and every game Bayside's got a tent set up. They have got their filmer in the booth who is sending video to the field in real time.
Yep.
And then you got the big screen on the field underneath the tent so that you're setting players down, and they are instantaneously, practically, figuring out and seeing what they did wrong or right.
Here's kind of the downside to the technology. Anytime we get, outside our skis, we tend to rush to judgment, and sometimes the indicators that we're getting from technology are not the full picture. There's some things that are harder to measure that the technology doesn't give us. You know, the tenacity of the athlete, how hard he works, how disciplined he is. A lot of those things are we can see through mannerisms that the player has. And those are things over time that you learn to kind of have a sixth sense to. The coaches today may sometimes utilize the technology too much. You become lazy, which affects your ability to teach. In other words, for a long time, your ability to evaluate was dictated by, can you fix what it is you've evaluated? Okay. Well, if the technology is giving you all this information and you don't have to forecast, okay, you've taken that skill away from the coach. I'm not saying that's happening. I'm just saying that would, for me, that would be the negative side. The things that I can see some coaches can't see. They don't have to. They're not using that skill set.
Interesting. Alonzo Alexander is on the bump for Team 6 as Case Riggs starts things off for Team 4 in a 1-zip ball game. Team 6 getting a Dothan run and getting a Kidder base hit in the first inning. Otherwise, strikeouts. As a matter of fact, Hunter Brown had 4 of them in the inning. Riggs will strike out, and Kyler Chevalier coming to the plate. And, yeah, I could be butchering that name as well, but I'm going with Chevalier.
Maybe. I don't know.
That sounds right to me. So with a Chevalier coming to the plate, Colson, okay, A-U-R-E-S.
Say that again.
A-U-R-E-S. You're going to have to look.
Let me look at it.
I mean, I'm going to give you my scorebook, but again, A-U-R-E-S, it may be difficult to.
Eris?
All right, so we got Chevalier and Eris.
God, I know that's wrong, but I jumped in with both feet.
Well, you know, and hey, we're live and in color, so, you know, and I didn't give you time to sit back and evaluate. I snuck it in on you. Got one away and got those two guys coming up. The 2 and 3 hitters. Well, what about the talent today? I mean, if you...
It's good. It's early fall. These kids haven't played in, a month to 6 weeks, and they're out here, in game condition playing. So, for the most part, it's pretty clean.
Can you play a sport too much?
Yeah, that's a 64,000. I think that's all based on what your brain's telling you. We can fatigue in a lot of different ways. One of the comments that I made earlier was that one of the assets to this is having a coach come up to you and ask you before the moment where you were standing, why were you standing there, what thought went through your mind to put yourself in that position prior to whatever happened. And usually as our brain, as our IQ for the game increases, it slows the game down. And playing a lot will do that. But playing a lot doesn't make you better. It simply improves the IQ.
Stepping into the batter box is Colson Harris. A couple of outs here in the bottom part of the first. In the second, it will be Michael LaCour who will start things off.
I think the biggest kind of positive for what we've done is in this industry, there's a lot of sort of independent thought in terms of it's my group. I'm going to keep my group together. I'm not going to network. I don't want anybody into my group. And because of that, there's a lack of networking that goes on. College baseball would be in a real predicament if these programs didn't network with them, because college baseball doesn't possess the money to see all the players that are out there. They don't. So let's take, for example, a small junior college in Mississippi. How are they going to see players from Louisiana if one, they don't know those players are coming, or two, they don't have access to the information about those players. So the thing that we do really, really well is we do network. And James always uses this one analogy that I love. He doesn't know Joe Torre, but he's one phone call away from Joe Torre. And it's the importance of that network that actually is what moving kids is all about. And we're genuine about that. And so today is just another opportunity for us to see kids, find out where they're from, what their names are, what their skills are. We get a basic idea after 1 or 2 days, and then in the future we can help them. If I don't know anything about them, we can't help.
And James had mentioned earlier today that I think 67 players with the organization moved on to the collegiate level this year, and that colleges are looking for players. They're hurting for players.
Yes. The new college, the portal, the NIL, it has rapidly changed the culture of the game. What used to be 4 years ago is not today. There are fewer opportunities for the majority of these kids. The effect that the portal and NIL had on the natural movement of players has been significant. There's more players kind of flip-flopping schools, and so there's fewer opportunities for young players coming out of high school. Now the upside to that is that the majority of these players who may have taken small money to no money at four-year institutions are forced to go where they needed to go to begin with, and that's to the junior college, develop, play above your rank, and make it to the four-year level. That's happening. There's more opportunity at the junior college level than ever before because of that. But there's still less opportunity. That's a whole other subject matter we can get into. I don't want to go there, but it's like any other change. Things are going to change. You're going to have to deal with it. Hopefully in the next couple of years we'll be able to fight through this and have some sense.
Does the organization see players, obviously at the high school and below level, the JUCO in the middle, the junior, well, there's not junior highs anymore, middle school, and then try to attract those athletes to the program and cultivate their skills?
Yeah, they're players that we would like to have, but we don't do tryouts and we don't cut. And so we evaluate players on what their skill level is, and we place them accordingly. Good players attract good players, and that happens for us. We do get a lot of really, really, really high-level players, draft guys that are going to Power Fives, but the majority of players don't fall into that category. Majority of players that are moving on, and I will say that James, specifically James, has done a really good job on really moving players. I can truthfully say I don't think there's anybody that does a better job of advocating for the players and finding them a place to go or the opportunity to go better than us. The last 2 or 3 years, I would say we're in the 90th percentile range of players that have played for us that move on. It doesn't mean they play. It means they have the opportunity to play. Someone may think that they need to be at LSU, but in reality, they need to be somewhere else. Now, he may choose to not accept that, but the opportunity was there.
What about players internationally? And I'm talking about, again, high school and below. Is there a desire at some point to go over and find those?
We have
talent?
done that in the past, and we're always looking at the opportunity to do that. That's become more complicated with our immigration system now, as you can see. But yes, we have done that in the past, and we'll continue to do that. We've had players from a lot of places in South America in the past. And I don't know what that's a lot of that goes through just the GSB side of our business. So, and I'm not involved in a lot of the international stuff. That's out of my lane.
How do you learn of those players, though? I mean, is it
Well,
just those contacts you were talking about
absolutely.
previously?
You know, the network for baseball is very, very thin. You know, if you've played a little while, if you've coached a little while, if you've been involved in the game beyond high school, and you're dealing with those people that are like mine, you're going to know people that are involved in all those other areas. And so, and everybody's networking. Everybody's looking for players somewhere. So it's not really hard to find them. It's hard to get them.
How do you bring a player over from South America? I mean, do they only play in the summer and then they go back home? Or once they get here, do they stay here?
Well, the objective is to get them here, they stay here, and then you get them a job. You get them a job in either independent baseball or minor league baseball or somewhere. But, you know, there's so many different, you know, and again, it's a little outside my lane. James could obviously answer this a lot better than me. But there are a lot of roadblocks, and he's found a way to kind of get through those roadblocks in the last 4 or 5 years. I want to say that the first year we did it was back in 2012 or 2013. We had several players from South America that came in, and we were able to network them to jobs or schools or whatever the case may be.
Popped up by Dominique Moten, and it will drop.
I know that we're involved in some things in the Dominican Republic. There's been some players that have been moved as a result of our involvement. We're also involved in I think some things now, and again, I'm just not privy to talk about those things right now.
We head back to the top of the order. Alonzo Alexander coming to the plate. Got a couple of base runners on. Back-to-back base hits with 2 gone. LaCour and Medina go down, and then Stanford and Moten get base hits. Alexander gets hit, but he will not get first. A hit batsman does not get a first base. Okay, now explain the difference in a hit batsman not getting first and a walk.
We just want them to hit. It's a game, and we stay within the rules of the game, but we want, at this particular time of year, it's important that they swing the bat. So getting the base on ball or hit by pitch is immaterial.
So hit by the pitch was Alexander. Stays, though, at the plate. Connor Welch to the on-deck circle with a couple of base runners on here in the top part of the second. High pitch. Runners advance. Stanford will take third, and Moten goes to second. So a couple of base runners in scoring position for the leadoff guy, Alexander, who is 0 for 1 in the ball game. He is one of now 5 strikeouts in the ball game for Hunter Brown.
Who is this at the plate right now?
It is Alonzo Alexander.
Oh, okay, that's right. Good player.
Let's see if we can find some specifics on Alexander. A Franklin High School product.
Yep.
Center fielder and pitcher, 5'11", 175 pounds.
He is a prospect. He also is a very good football player. So he's an example of a kid that probably played last night that came out today just to take some hacks.
Let's see, a 2024 grad, so that means he's a senior this year.
Yes.
All right, so now some of these players, I would assume, more so than others, you're aware of. I mean, I'm assuming that if you are an Alonzo Alexander, you've just kind of made a name for yourself based on your abilities, especially as a senior, and that has kind of grabbed your attention.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Alonzo's been in the program for a while. I want to say at least 2 years. He's played on our upper echelon teams in the past couple of years. Yes, he is a prospect.
And he's got a base runner in third, and you can see him there kind of tutoring himself. I mean,
Yeah.
going through that,
he's probably a prime example of somebody who hadn't picked up a bat, in the last 6 weeks, because after baseball season he went right into football, and most of his time and energy has been spent in that.
Do you know what position he plays in football?
I think he's a quarterback. I'm not sure, but someone's going to correct me on that. I should have said nothing at all, but
go ahead, step out.
that's all right. But he's an example of a kid who, can, if he plays a lot of baseball, he's going to improve a lot. He is splitting time with other sports. That pitch right there, he probably doesn't miss in the summer. Right now his timing and everything is off, and he's going to struggle a little bit.
And he'll strike out and put an end to the top part of the second, but a run will plate. The lead will go to 2-zip. Team 6 leads it. Our people, when we talked to your people, we didn't ask them if there was a time limit, so I'm not sure if we...
There really isn't. We're going to try to stay within, an hour and 45, but what we're trying to do now is just make sure all the pitchers on each team get their inning. So we're really kind of guided by the number of arms that we have to throw.
All right, so we'll see how long this goes. But I was actually talking about, your people, Jerry Martinez. Do we keep you on till the bottom part of the second? Will they allow that for us to...
I'm here for you, Robert.
I think I better take a break.
You want to take a break?
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I really do.
Harden, Carlson, and Fletcher coming up when we return to Fallbacher Field.
That's hit well. Finds the gap, hits, rolls off. Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got a... There's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as teams, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just 1. That is socked into. Runner takes off. The hit and run lifted towards left field. That will drop yours. Troxler drives it right up the middle and ricochets off Martin. Skied 2 up in the inning, 2. First pitch lifted to right field, and that's going to sail towards the warning track.
he laughed a lot. I don't know whether he was laughing just because he felt sorry for what maybe I was really stupid, or he was laughing because he was genius. But anytime, go ahead, I'm sorry. I don't know.
Emmett Harden starts things off in the bottom of the second, strikes out Connor Carlson. Moving from the on-deck circle to the batter's box, Carson Fletcher will move to that on-deck circle in a 2-zip ball game, bottom part of the second. Team 6 with a 2-zip lead over Team 4. Here about 36 minutes into the ball game. Third one of the day. We'll do 4 today. Only 2 teams we haven't seen. We will in the nightcap, 1 and 8. Connor Carlson with 1 away. Bottom part of inning number 2, and Alonzo Alexander getting his second inning of work on the bump in. He went 1, 2, 3 in the first, and has faced one and set that one down in the second. Ground foul towards first by Carlson. Also got football going on today in Milledgeville, Georgia. Georgia Military College taking on Monroe College. And let's see, we're still about an hour and 12 away from the Clark Atlanta Miles College game on ESPN Plus. Got Paul Travitsky and Scott McLeod in Georgia, and got James Crenshaw and company in Birmingham, Alabama for Miles College and Clark Atlanta. Here we're in the bottom part of the second. 38 minutes into the ball game. Prior game went an hour 36. Game that preceded went about an hour 50. That has popped up over towards right field. Foul territory. It will drop, despite the efforts of Cade Medina to get there. Fall ball continuing next week at Coastal Alabama South, which has got a member of the United Baseball, the Global Scouting Bureau, and the Showcase Series family. The new head coach, J.D. Pruitt, coaching the Coyotes, who, by the way, used to be the Sun Chiefs. That's a different story altogether. But Coastal Alabama, which has been the consolidation of campuses, used to be Faulkner State. And you got a strikeout of Carlson and 2 gone. And Jefferson Davis and Alabama Southern, those 3 junior college campuses combined to create Coastal Alabama. But when they combined about 5 years ago, the athletic programs remained the same. So you had Sun Chiefs, you had Warhawks, and you had Eagles. Well, now all you got's Coyotes. It has all been consolidated into one athletic program. And how I traveled down that rabbit trail, I have absolutely no idea. Where did I start with that? J.D. Pruitt, who has coached baseball teams for United Baseball and the Showcase Series now at South. That's how I got there. Carson Fletcher with 2 gone and nobody aboard. I don't think there's been a pitcher today that worked 3 innings. So this might be it for Alonzo Alexander. If it is, it's been a 5 up, 5 down thus far, and he's trying to make it 6 straight. Retired. Hunter Brown moving to the on-deck circle. The Alexander offering, swung on and missed, and out goes Fletcher. So not only has Alexander faced 6 and set them all down, he struck out 5 of the 6. And it's been a scoreless first and second inning for Team 4.
Part of the third. On the outside late, a standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss, high. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy, Robbie Hamilton. As that is a good-looking pitch, got the inside. Swing and miss. Brian Raskol.
before I walked in the box. He said, no. Everybody's been there. Don't do it. Yeah. You had to. I had to. I stepped right in. No, you can't do it. Yeah, I think they did very well, so that's really exciting. We got to about 30 really realistically decent players who are just saying yes or no. You got to choose. Or you can more. You can fake like you can still do it. Move well enough to really, but after that, unless you're doing it every day, it goes down. Yeah. I play on an offense where I see that when I was 50, I was still hitting driving 3-5. When I was 60, 360, I'm 68. And technology's better. Golf clubs are better. You know, I'm still getting, I'm still carrying a long way for my head. Yeah. I'm still carrying, that's still a long way from my head. It's still. It's okay when you want to say for my age. You don't know that age. You know, I don't know.
Top of the third gets underway. Connor Welch will start it off. Got a new pitcher on the hill. The new pitcher is Case Riggs. Hunter Brown will work a total of 2 innings, and those 2 innings give up 3 hits. He will allow a couple of runs and strike out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boy, we have seen the K's in the first couple of innings. 2 innings and 11 strikeouts between Brown and Alexander. High with the pitch from Riggs. And actually, this may be a little shuffling of the lineup or an addition or two. I've got it as Connor Welch with Chase Dothan to follow, but I'm not sure that is Dothan who is on deck. But I'm going to stick with the original lineup. And if it's wrong, then, oh well. I do hate it, but it's working with what you got. Outside of the strike zone. Connor Welch, a strikeout victim in the first. Top part of the third. That is popped up. And the catch will be made. Well, then drop. Did he hang on to it long enough to get the catch? Don't think so. And Welch will make the U-turn, come back to the plate, try it again. So no. Thought he'd hung with it. And was able to make the grab, but instead it will pop out of the mitt. And as I mentioned, we're a little bit short where these two teams are concerned. Didn't have 9 each, so it is possible, too, that we're seeing some players for one become a player for the other. Riggs facing Welch. First at bat since Riggs takes over on the bump here in the top part of inning number 3. We can make an on-air correction. So Alonzo Alexander, who we speculated could be a QB, is actually a running back. And he's the pitcher for Team 6 that worked a couple of innings and faced 6 and retired all of them. Just a little bit high with a pitch to Welch. And there's strike 3 and out. Will go Welch, 1 away. And the strikeouts continuing. That is the 12th of the game. And we are very early in the third. Matthew Kidder to the plate. Robert Franklin moving to the on-deck circle. Popped up, right field. Catch made, and out will go Kidder. So 2 gone here in the top part of the third when you get to the bottom part of the inning. Bottom part of the order, Hunter Brown, Brecken, Odell. Not sure who the third spot in the third and the 9th spot in the order will be. There was only 8 on the lineup card at the time. We may go back to the top of the order and get Case Riggs. They're doing a little substituting to be able to field each position. Here in game 3 of 4. Ground first, scoop the out. Franklin grounding into the unassisted put out at first. 3 go up, 3 go down. In the top of the third, we played 2.5, and Team 6 leads it by 2.
Most ever to watch a baseball game here. Swing. It is 1-2. There. Eli Snelson in center field. Christian Corona is the right fielder. Go to the bottom part of the inning. Colton Wood has recovered. Bring Hankins, Stevenson, and Brown to the plate. All batting 9th. Christian Mincy is the 10 guy. And first, though. And we're talking about the second innings. Zach Munger. Swing and miss. Brewer. Got a base runner on. Nobody gone. Same on Saturday. And 3 again tomorrow. Leading off the third. 2-2 pitch on the outside part where will be the weekend of Mobile as Lambert. Bryce Eddington, a teammate on that Bishop State squad, is due up. Christian Early will hit 9th. And
But South may not have any. So we're going to sit down and South Alabama. Take the South. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. No, that's my man. I'm sorry. I don't know if we're switching it up, you know. That's because we're at Nichols next week. That's it. And then post on that. So there's 3 coaches now? Well, yeah. Well, yeah, 3 hits. Yeah. Well, I think it's like well, not anymore. Now they've taken east and made it part of north. So instead of coastal north, east, and south, it's coastal north and south. But coastal east is what used to be Jeff Davis. North and south both play baseball. I know south does. North doesn't anymore. Last year was the last year. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, here's the confusing part. Coastal East, which is now North Dallas. Yeah, so what was Coastal East is now Coastal North, and they do play baseball. That's Venice. Right off the East State Freeway, I-10. It's about 50 miles east of downtown. Well, it's right outside. Well, I go to DC a lot. Really? I think it wasn't in Baytown, it was in Pasadena. Further south.
We head to the bottom of the third. Hunter Brown starting it off. Brecken Odell will follow. And I'm looking to the on-deck circle, and it looks like you've added somebody, so I'm not exactly sure who is going to be coming to the plate after Odell, but maybe we can do some cross-referencing and find out for you. The new pitcher, Cade Medina, delivering a little bit inside in a 2-zip ball game. Team 6 with a run in the first and the second. Team 4 looking for their first run. And the count even at 2. Here is the Medina offering. Got the outside part of the plate, and out goes Hunter Brown. There are games in which you don't see any or very few strikeouts. This is not one of them. That is strikeout number 13. So we're in the bottom part of the third. You've got an out in the bottom of the inning, 2/3 of the inning left. I'm going to make a point here. I know you're sitting on the edge of your seat waiting for this point. I've got to add it up in my head, and my math skills are limited. I think we've had 16 possible outs, and 13 of the 16 have been strikeouts. I did all of that just to say 13 of the possible 16 outs have been strikeouts. That's exactly right. And you got another strikeout by the way of Odell. So 2 gone, and we're not quite back to the top of the order, but we are to a gentleman that we have not seen previously. So maybe I can pull out some notes and do a little cross-referencing. Let's see, the prior ball game you had 2 and 3. Let's see who 10 was for 2 or 3. Had Ranger Olivier. And you know, now that I think about this, it could be Ranger Olivier. I think in the prior game, Team 3 had 2 number 10s, Dixon Iman and Ranger Olivier. And I'm thinking this is Olivier. Jerry's saying, yeah, is that an affirmative? You're kind of agreeing. Not 100% sure. What about 80? 80% sure. Oh, he's 20%. I don't know if I should go with those heights. I'm going to go with Olivier, though, at the moment, until Mama knocks on the window of the press box and says, you idiot, that is not Ranger. Top of the order, Case Riggs to the on-deck circle. Ground in the direction of third, but foul. Bottom of the third, nearly an hour into the ballgame in a 2-zip contest. An opportunity for these gentlemen to get better and to grab the attention of coaches. It's not just about improving the skills, especially for those who are in that 17, 18-year-old age group. They definitely want to grab the attention of guys that can extend their playing into another level. That is sent into right field, and Olivier will represent the first team 4-base hit. So a base runner aboard as we get back to the top of the order. Case Riggs coming to the plate. Riggs with a strikeout in the first. Kyler, was it Chevrolet or Chevalier? He is moving to the on-deck circle. Yeah, that's right. Chevrolet is a car. It is Chevalier who moves to the on-deck circle with Riggs at the plate. What were we asking? Alistair Oliver played in the prior game, but I do remember him. So if we're still trying to pinpoint who the 9-hitter was, it would not be Oliver, I don't think. I think this was Olivier. That's who I'm thinking. Ranger Olivier. Let me see if I can get you some details on Ranger. He is from, is it Corinne Crow High? Plays second and short, 5'8". 2026 grad. Carrick-Crow. That's where Olivier is from, and Olivier is on first. Hit up the middle. Trying to dive with it on the bag is your second baseman, and a little miniature collision with Olivier. I think that is Dothan who is playing second. And now coach explaining how you play that particular grounder. Cade Medina stepping back up onto the bump. And the coaching up continues there at second. Dothan back over to his spot. Olivier now the base runner at second. Bottom of the second, Case Riggs over at first. And Kyler steps in. Chevalier taking a pitch inside. Colson Ares moving to the on-deck circle. Chevalier ground into a 1-3 putout. He was the second out in the first inning, batting here in the third. That is lifted towards center field. It will drop in front of Alexander. Bases are loaded for Team 4, rounding third. Olivier, he will score on the throw that winds up at the screen, and the runners, Riggs and Chevalier, will move up 90 feet. Riggs to third, Chevalier to second. So Team 4 on the board, cuts the lead in half, has the tying run 90 feet away. And the go-ahead run at second, with 2 gone in the bottom of the third. Colson Ares taking a pitch low. Evan Harden moving to the on-deck circle. LaCour, Medina, and Stanford coming to the plate for Team 6 in the top of the fourth, if they stick with the original rotation of hitters. Fouled away by Ares. Well, taking a look at the Google Calendar, I can tell you where we will be in regards to the Showcase Series next weekend at Coastal Alabama South. Then the 7th and 8th at West Florida High School in Pensacola. Looks like the 21st and 22nd at South Walton in Santa Rosa Beach. And the 4th and 5th of November in Poplarville at Pearl River Community College. Inside with the pitch. And with the passing of Jimmy Buffett, anytime I mention Pearl River, got to mention the fact that Jimmy Buffett attended Pearl River Community College for a semester or two. Low and away with the pitch. A couple of base runners in scoring position. Riggs at third. And Chevalier is at second. Swing and a miss by Ares. And it's the third strikeout in the inning, which again, the strikeouts have been commonplace. 1-run plates, lead cut in half. 2-1 ball game. Team 6 as we head to the 4th.
Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Gone. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing.
Seemed like a good guy. Yeah. Yeah. A field to the common there. I didn't have the same when Petty died, that kind of, that hit me harder. And it's a game's more guy. Yeah. It's only one here now.
Top of the 4th gets underway, starting things off. Let's see who this is. I think there's been some shuffling of the lineup for Team 6. I think this is Chase Dothan. Leadoff hitter, top of the 4th. Case Riggs getting his second inning of work in for Team 4. And it is Michael LaCour who has moved to the on-deck circle. So, yeah, there has been some shuffling of that lineup. Dropped into center field. And a leadoff single for Team 6, trying to get the run back given up in the bottom of the third. Jerry Martinez and I discussing music from our era. And Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, first song in 76. What was it then? Oh, they formed in 76. Okay. So I think it was like maybe 78, 79 before his first major hit.
Well, the big one was Free Fall. That was in the 80s.
So Free Falling, the big Tom Petty hit that started things off. Why are we talking music during baseball? Well, it's baseball. You know, it gets a little slow in between sometimes. Over to first with a throw, and the put out will go 1-3 to get LaCour. While Dothan will move to second. And one thing Jerry and I apparently have in common is we can be diverted down rabbit trails at the lit list of notions. It doesn't take much. Talk about Pearl River, think about Jimmy Buffett, then we get to Tom Petty. Cade Medina coming to the plate, which of course makes you think of Cole Medina. Funky Cole Medina by Tom Loke. See how easy it is? Miles Stanford to the on-deck circle. That will be hit to right, back to first. Make that the second goes Dothan on the line out by Medina. And there's two gone with Miles Stanford coming to the plate. Dominique Moten to the on-deck circle. Or again, my assumption is it will be Stanford. There has been, again, some shuffling of the lineup. But indeed it is Stanford, who had a single and scored a run in the second. Team 4 has primarily stayed with their lineup, which would mean Harden, Carlson, and Fletcher come to the plate in the bottom of the fourth. Yep, music is typically the uniting force. Of course, we're in an untypical society, but well, and it was the best music. I mean, so why wouldn't they want to listen? Line to third, catch made. A couple of lineouts. Medina to right and Stanford to third. And despite the leadoff single by Dothan, a runner is stranded and nobody scores. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Harden, Carlson, and Fletcher expected up for Team 4.
Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Going. Strike three on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do. And now the 0-2 offering to Medina. There is a swing.
clothes or don't play. Yeah. You know, Elvis was great, but Elvis was not the Rolling Stones. Yeah. Sorry. It just wasn't. Yeah.
We get the bottom of the fourth underway. Evan Harden will start it off. Connor Carlson, Carson Fletcher due up in the inning two. Cade Medina getting his second inning of work in after giving up 3 hits and a run in the third. Did strike out 3. Harden, one of the strikeout victims for starting pitcher Alonzo Alexander in the second. He is 0 for 1 in the ball game. Rounds it over to first, bobbled by LaCour. He'll pick it up, step on the bag, and get Harden for out number 1. One out, Connor Carlson next. Almost everybody that's played today has struck out at least once. Carlson fanned in the second. A little bit inside with a pitch from Medina. Carson Fletcher to the on-deck circle. Strike delivered. We think the top of the fifth starts with the bottom of the order. Dominic Moten for Team 6. A little bit outside. Count goes even. Check that. 1 and 2. I am a testament as to how ritualistic we get in the ball game because the umpire is giving the sign, the count, with the same hands you typically do, but he's facing me instead of looking the other way. So I had to hold my fingers up and go, okay, let's see, that's okay, now it's 1 and 2. We are indeed creatures of habit. And your coach / umpire needing that dish cleaned off a little bit so we can see the zone better. That is lifted foul by Connor Carlson. One more game to go on your Saturday of baseball from Faubacher Field. And we'll pack the bags, head home, wherever home may be, and get ready for baseball next weekend in Alabama and Louisiana. In Alabama and coastal Alabama South, they're in Bay Minette. And in Louisiana at Thibodaux, Nicholls State. Low pitch to Carlson. One away, nobody aboard. Bottom of the fourth. 1 hour, 18 in. And that one is sent foul by Carlson. Got a lot of college football today as well. I have not checked in on folks. Do just see where Paul Trevitsky has texted me and said Georgia Military knocked off Monroe College. 22-16 the final. Bulldogs, 2 wins in a row. Strike 3 got the inside part of the plate on Carlson. And there's 2 gone. So it looks like Georgia Military has gotten their season back on track. Won the opening ball game against an underling, I would say, in the NJCAA, and then faced a couple of ranked teams and lost. Went 1 and 2, and I think that kind of caught their attention. Beat number 9 Lackawanna last week. and knock off a previously unbeaten Monroe College team this week. Climb above the 500 mark, go 3-2. Fletcher taking a pitch on the outside part of the plate. Strike three tosses all into the zone to Fletcher. He'll be fan looking. 1, 2, 3 goes team 4 in the bottom of the 4th. We're headed to the 5th in a 2-1 contest.
Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
Down there, out.
Top of the 5th gets underway. It is Miles Stanford, I think, who is at the plate. Got him listed as a number 2 and not Dominique Moten. I'm looking to the on-deck circle to see who is making his way. That is Alonzo Alexander, so maybe this is indeed Dominique Moten. Maybe a couple of number 2s on Team 6. As it is bunted up, drops in front of the new pitcher, Colson Ayres. He'll hop on and go over to first with a throw and get Moten on the 1-3 putout. 1 at bat in and 1 away. I mentioned Colson Ayres is the new pitcher. Case Riggs will work a couple of innings for Team 4. In those 2 innings of work, he'll give up a single base hit, strikeout 1, no walks, and no runs allowed. And we assume that Ayres will take it the rest of the way for Team 4 as Alonzo Alexander steps in. He's been to the plate twice, struck out twice. In the first and second, back to the plate in the fifth. Alexander, a running back for Franklin High School. 5'11", 175-pounder. Who apparently will have options collegiately. From what I'm hearing, good in multiple sports. Connor Welch on deck. Here's the Erez offering, swing and a miss. Out will go Alexander. He's faced 2 different pitchers and struck out 3 times. 2 gone for Connor Welch. Welch has also struck out twice. He's been struck out by 2 different guys. Fanned by Brown in the first, then by Riggs in the third, now facing Erez in the fifth. On the outside part of the plate to Welch. Welch the second out in the first out in the third. Chase Dothan moving to the on-deck circle. Brown, Odell, and Olivier when you get to the bottom part of the fifth for Team 4, and I kind of have a feeling that the bottom of the fifth may do it for this one. Am I getting confirmation, or is that a foul away? Jerry Martinez, who's been in the box, was looking to see if we had confirmation. I'm not sure if that was a confirmation or a cough, but I think we're probably nearing the latter stages of this one with 1 more game to go. Fall training for the United Baseball Organization. About 105 different ball players participating in the league. 2 different sites here in Crowley, but they brought the Crowley players over to participate in this one. As down will go Welch. 1, 2, 3 goes Arez in the top of the fifth and strikes out 2 of the 3 he faces. Bottom of the fifth coming up in a 2-1 game.
That's hit well. Finds the gap, hits, rolls off. Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got there's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as teams, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just 1. That is socked into. Runner takes off. The hit and run lifted towards left field. That will drop yours. Troxler drives it right up the middle and ricochets off Martin. Skied 2 up in the inning, 2. First pitch lifted to right field, and that's going to sail towards the warning track.
In an effort to try to get the 4 o'clock game underway at 4, we've wrapped this one up after 3.5. Or actually, I guess that would be 4.5. We wrap it up after the top of the fifth. 2-1 final. Team 6 will win it, but there again, the final score really irrelevant. It's about making these guys better, teaching them skills and characteristics and habits that will improve their game. UBO Team 6, 4 hits, 2 runs, no errors, stranding 3, getting a run in the first and second. Team 4, 3 hits, no errors, and 2 are left on. And their lone run came in the third. 2-1 final score. Teams 1 and 8 coming up. Last game of the day here in Louisiana. That is roughly 20 minutes away. See you then for all the folks with the United Baseball Organization and JockJive. I'm Robert Williamson. So long, everybody, until 4 p.m. Hi, everybody. Welcome in to the last game of the day. It's the fourth of 4. Team 8, they are the visiting squad. Team 1, they're the home team in this one. And it is Canaan Sooner who will start things off. And as we've mentioned throughout the course of the day, and if this is the first of the 4 games that you've watched, let me update you on some of the dynamics. Obviously, it's a little different. Don't have an umpire behind the plate. You got players who might hit in the one spot first trip through the rotation. They might bat 6th, might bat 12th. All about making these players better. Slade Richard is on deck. And 2, not really a lineup per se. So how they come up with a lineup is actually just have the gentleman write their name and number on a lineup card or a piece of paper, and once you've jotted your name down, whatever order you are in the line waiting to write that name down is the order that you show up on the lineup card. And apparently first to write his name was Canaan Sooner. And Sooner will be given a walk down to first. So he is on as Slade Richard makes his way to the plate. And Jackson Soilo moves to the on-deck circle. And in many instances today, you will know when I know. We'll find out together who is coming to the plate at any given time. Here's been the common thread today. But apparently now, well, no. I think the coaches are saying, listen, we don't want to walk guys. We don't want you going to first via the walk. We don't want you going to first as a hit batsman. We want you to hit the ball. So Sooner, who originally was headed first as a walk, is going to stay there apparently until he swings at something. And, of course, won't swing at something until he sees something he likes. I'm assuming there would be a limit. Maybe at some point you do get that free pass to first. Fouled away by Sooner. Well, we're asking Mama Nature to hold the rain off. Got some not threateningly ominous looking clouds, but got a little darkness in them hanging over the stadium, so hopefully that'll hold off. We can get this one in as it is lifted to left field, and that will sail all the way to the wall. Compliments of the E7 and Sooner standing at second. So the mistake in left field, and I guess here's a good part about not having a lineup card. We don't know really who is in the various spots. So in this particular case, who's in left? So we don't know who made the error. So now it is Slade Richard who will come to the plate. Jackson Soilo to the on-deck circle. Connor Boone will follow. I was talking about common threads, though. In the 3 prior games that have been played, the losing team has scored a single run. 7-1 final in game 1 and 2, a 2-1 final in game 3. We shall see what happens in Game 4. On the outside part of the plate to Richard. I mentioned it is a little bit overcast here. Let me bring up the iPhone weather app and make sure we don't have any precip about the hit. Uh-oh. It says a 55% chance at 5 p.m. Throw over to first, not in time, and Richard will get on. So an infield single, couple of base runners aboard. Suter goes to third. Which could mean at some point in this ball game I set the headsets down, turn the NAT sound up, put the camera behind home plate on, and head to center field and try to bring in some electronics that one or wouldn't be real conducive with. Stolen base for Richard. Couple of base runners in scoring position for Jackson Soilo. Connor Boone to the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss. Third at bat here in the top of the first. Don't have it out yet. And there is a strike and an out. Soilo becoming the first strikeout victim of the ball game and the first out of the contest too. Connor Boone to the plate with one away. Rylan Fontenot to the on-deck circle. That is sent foul by Boone. Ryan Crooks, your Team 1 pitcher. Fourth he is faced. That is popped up. Trying to get over to make the catch, but unable to do so. That is Brody Moten. Make that Brody Newton. Dropped into center field, base hit for Boone. It'll bring in Suter Richard rounding third. He'll come in too. Couple of RBIs in Team 8. Takes the 2-zip lead. Rylan Fontenot coming to the plate. Over to first with a throw, and safely back goes Boone. Two-zip ball game here in the top part of the first on an overcast day in Youngsville. Originally no rain in the forecast, now a 50-50 shot. Actually, a little better than 50, a 55% chance of rain. Starting at 5 o'clock. Another strike delivered to Fontenot. Winds out of the southwest at 5, gusts to 11. It is currently 91 and feels like 97. That temperature is 7 degrees above your average high this time of year. Fouled away, and Boone will have to go back to first. Got an air quality of 39, that's good. UV index 4, that's moderate. 19-mile visibility, 55% humidity. Moon illumination. Yeah, I love this new operating system on the iPhone. Gives me some extra stuff to talk about. Moon illumination, 62%. Throw to second. It will ricochet into left field. Boone hops up, takes third. And now nobody at the plate. He'll head home and score. And I have a feeling this is a situation in which quite a bit of coaching is about to take place. I mentioned this is a different ball game from that perspective. As Boone will come in and score, turns a stolen base into a run scored. Rylan Fontenot and actually I believe this is a new hitter. Apparently Fontenot actually struck out on the stolen base, and this is Grant Simon. So 2 gone, Grant Simon to the plate. Alex Price to the on-deck circle. Two gone, nobody aboard. 3 in. Sooner, Richard, and Boone have all plated runs. Outside with the offering to Simon. On a day in which there is plenty of college football, I have not checked in to see what's happening with top 25 teams. Ground to short, and then you got an E6. And Simon is on. So the base runner at first is Simon. After the error, Alex Price coming to the plate. Got some finals in top 25. Number 2, Michigan beats Rutgers 31-7. In overtime, number 4, Florida State, a 31-24 winner over Clemson. 16th ranked Oklahoma defeating Cincinnati 20-6. And some halftime scores. Wow, Oregon is just slapping Colorado. 35-zip at the half. Oregon 10, Colorado 19. Number 11, Utah with a 14-zip lead over number 22, UCLA at the half. And number 15, Ole Miss 7. Number 13, Alabama 6 at halftime. Outside with a pitch to Alex Price. Crooks thought he had the outside part of the plate, but the guy who's calling the balls and strikes did not. And Crooks will have to step up onto the bump again. And send another one towards Alex Price. Strike three, got the inside part of the plate. We're done with a half inning, going to the bottom part of the first in a 3-zip game.
Part of the third. On the outside late, a standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss, high. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy, Robbie Hamilton. As that is a good-looking pitch, got the inside. Swing and miss. Brian Raskol.
We get the bottom of the first underway. Brody Newton will start it off. I don't know if it's ever happened before. I know this is a insignificant fact, but you got a pair of 13s starting. Team 1, Ryan Crooks. And for Team 8 is Peyton Daigle. Brody Newton, Caden Henry, Gavin Darby due up in the inning. Strike delivered to Newton. Caden Henry moving to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the first. Team 1 trying to respond to the 3 runs planting in the top part of the inning. Rolled over to first, and that will hop its way into foul territory. It'll be charged as an E3. And Newton will get on with Caden Henry coming to the plate. Gavin Darby to the on-deck circle. Well, I mentioned that these young men write their names on the lineup card, and the 5-hitter for Team 1, I think, I've tried to match it up with the roster, and apparently not on the roster, so I think that is a Bailey, Kidron Bailey, maybe? Jerry, if you want to give a shot at that. Is that Kidron Bailey? We agree on the Bailey. Jerry, Jerry says, hey, make the call. So whether it is or isn't, we're going with Kidron Bailey. He may want to change his name after the event. That is Kidron Bailey, the 5-hitter, who, by the way, is a few at-bats away. This is Henry at the plate. Gavin Darby to the on-deck circle. One base runner on, nobody gone. We're in the bottom of the first. 3-zip ball game. Low and away with the offering to Henry. Count even at 2. On what was a sunny Saturday, now not so much. Got some clouds moving in. Starting in the 5 o'clock hour, got a chance of showers. There was a swing and a miss by Henry. One away with Gavin Darby to the plate. Those winds currently gusting to 11. Another indicator that maybe a little precipitation moving in. Trying to get the last game of the day in, though, before it does. And I know there was consideration of having the event at Crowley because of the artificial turf due to the possibility of precip, but wanted to keep it closer to the bulk of the players. About 70 are from here in the Lafayette area, roughly 35, 45 minutes west in Crowley. Strike to Darby. But when it appeared it wasn't going to rain, then this location determined to be the spot. That'll go to the screen. It will get Newton on his way to second. Brylan Jennings on deck. Gavin Darby with a base runner in scoring position, trying to get rid of the goose egg here in the bottom part of the first. Into third. Over to first goes the throw. That is dropped on the one hop. Should have been fielded at first, not able to hang on. You got Darby at first, and Newton will go to third. So a couple of base runners on for Brylan Jennings. Kidron Bailey to the on-deck circle. Peyton Daigle, the offering. Got the outside part of the plate with the offering. Darby will steal second. Tying run to the plate here in the bottom of the first with a couple of base runners standing in scoring position at second. Darby at third. Newton. Another strike, brought it down the middle. Jennings thought it was a little low. Couple of strikes on the cleanup hitter. Bottom part of the first. It is the 8, 9, and 10 hitters coming to the plate when you get to the second, and there goes Jennings, a strikeout victim. 2 Ks in the contest now for Daigle. Both swinging. And there's 2 gone. In that bottom part of the inning, it'll be Hunter Smith starting things off. Jade Michael DuPont batting second. Also, Carson Redlich due up in the inning, too. Kendron Bailey followed by Zachariah Darapaul. There's a swing and a miss by Bailey. Couple of base runners on, both in scoring position. Chance for Team 1 to at least knock a couple of runs off the 3-run advantage for Team 8. Couple of strikes on Bailey. Here's the 2-strike offering from Daigle. Got the outside part of the plate. All 3 outs in the first, compliments of Daigle's strikeouts. 2 swinging, 1 looking, 2 stranded, nobody scores. We head to the second in a 3-zip game.
Most ever to watch a baseball game here. Swing. It is 1-2. There. Eli Snelson in center field. Christian Corona is the right fielder. Go to the bottom part of the inning. Colton Wood has recovered. Bring Hankins, Stevenson, and Brown to the plate. All batting ninth. Christian Mincy is the 10 guy. And first, though. And we're talking about the second innings. Zach Munger. Swing and miss. Brewer. Got a base runner on. Nobody gone. Same on Saturday and 3 again tomorrow. Leading off the third. 2-2 pitch on the outside part where will be the weekend of Mobile as Lambert. Bryce Eddington, a teammate on that Bishop State squad, is due up. Christian Early will hit 9th. And top of the second, Hunter Smith starting it off. Jade Michael DuPont and Carson Redlich due up in the inning, too. A 3-zip ball game as Smith will swing and miss. Understand that number 13 is 13. When I was 13, I was not, let's see, he's on Team 1. Let's see if we can give you some numbers. 6'3". No, I was not 6'3", and I'm not 6'3", so yeah, 13 nowhere close.
On the bump facing Hunter Smith. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Hunter Smith looking over to his coach going, "Are you sure?" And now I think coach to coach, the eyes asking the same. But here too is the beauty of an event like this. Every umpire is going to call it different. Jade Michael DuPont on deck. A little bit outside with the offering from Crooks. Crooks from Tioga. Right-handed pitcher. And a first baseman, 6'3", a grad in 2027. Facing Hunter Smith from Rain High School. First baseman and pitcher at 5'11". And he too graduates in 2027. There's a swing and a miss by Smith. Couple of strikes on the leadoff hitter here in the top part of the second. Ground towards third. The scoop, the throw, the out. Smith on the 5-3. One gone for Jade Michael DuPont. Team one has got Zachariah Darapaw starting things off. Ryan Crooks and Brian Blankenship when you get to the bottom part of the second. Major League Baseball from today got a final in between the Angels and Twins, 1-zip Angels, and Cubs and Rockies. Cubs beating the Rockies 6-3. Everything else in progress or hasn't started. Phillies 6-2 over the Mets, bottom of the fifth. A's with a 2-1 lead over the Tigers, top of the sixth. No score. Either the White or the Red Sox. Neither one can play to run this far in the top of the sixth. Ground towards first. And there's out number 2 on the unassisted putout. That is Brody Newton now playing first. And DuPont out number 2 as Carson Redledge comes to the plate. Marlins 4-zip over the Brewers. That's at the end of 5. Bottom of the 5th. Rays over the Jays 5-zip. On the inside part of the plate to Redledge. Jack Myers to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit inside with the pitch. Team 8, 3 runs in the first. Team 8, 2 outs in the second. Crooks pitch, swung on and missed. And Crooks, after giving up a couple of base hits and 3 runs in the first, trying to retire the side in order in the second. And did it. Got the inside part of the plate. Strikeout number 4 for Ryan Crooks. 1, 2, 3 goes Team 8 in the top of the second. We head to the bottom of the inning. Durapaw, Crooks, and Blankenship duo.
Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Going. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the kick. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing
man.
Take care.
I will see you.
Down the road.
I'll be there sometime.
Careful. Hey, do the same.
We get the bottom of the second underway. Zachariah Durham-Paul will lead it off. Ryan Crooks and Brian Blankenship due up in the inning, too. 38 minutes into roughly an hour 45 of baseball. At least in this particular game, obviously. We've had 3 games preceding. So add it all together and somewhere around 6 hours of baseball. High with a pitch to Durham-Paul. Wind starting to pick up a little bit. Another indicator that this weather app that says there's a 55% chance of rain at 5 could be accurate. Of course, I look at it now, and it says sunshine at 5. You can't make up its mind. Hey, I'd much rather go with the sunshine at 5 than the rain at 5. Got a little stuff out in the center field area that just wouldn't care much for the wet. That's that look. Pitcher to hitter. A low inside pitch to Durham-Paul, and typically he'd be walked, but they don't want to walk too many people today. At least not in this game. Earlier we had more folks taking first on the walk. But in this one, they want him to hit. That would be ball 5, but still in the plate is Durham-Paul. I'm taking a look at the radar, and really the mass of the more significant hateful stuff out in the Gulf, over around Oklahoma, Missouri, moving into Arkansas, way up in the New England states. But there is a little shower or two that could pop up. It's another pitch outside of the strike zone. I'm thinking probably walk. I make that ball 7 or 8. There's a strike delivered on the outside part of the plate, and Durham-Paul will strike out on a roughly 7-3 count. 1 out for Ryan Crooks. The 6'3", 13-year-old. Wearing number 13. I wonder if he gets older, if the number changes. When he's 14, does he become 14? 15, 15, and so on and so forth. Last year, was he 12? I mean, from the standpoint, he was 12 age-wise. But was he wearing number 12? Outside with a pitch to Crooks. Brian Blankenship on deck. There's a swing and a miss by Crooks. Jack Myers, Mark Frederick, Peyton Daigle. When you get to the top of the third for Team 8. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. The new pitcher, by the way, is Dylan Fontenot. Peyton Daigle works an inning. And in that inning, 3 strikeouts, no hits, no runs, no walks. And now it is Fontenot who is tossing the balls and strikes for Team 8. And we anticipate a new Team 1 pitcher when you get to the third inning. I don't think we have had a pitcher today work 3 innings. 2 has been the max. 1 the fewest. Haven't had any mid-inning pitching changes. Wind gust to 12 currently, by the way. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate, and out goes Ryan Crooks. And there's 2 gone for Brian Blankenship. Ian Thorgerson to the on-deck circle. Fontenot's offering got the outside part of the plate. Over to first it goes. Blankenship wrapping into the unassisted putout. 3 go up, 3 go down. Nobody scores in the bottom of the second. We played a pair of innings. And Team 8, who scored 3 in the first, still up by those same 3.
Here's the payoff. Got the inside. Going. Strike 3 on the inside. 3-2 payoff. Swung on and missed and out. There's a swing and a miss. 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. At the age of about 76. On the inside part of the... There's a strikeout. Is shortened because of all the precip. Swing and a miss. Picking up the cake. Bases full, 2 gone. Swing and a miss. That will do it. And now the 0-2 offering to Menina. There is a swing.
Top of the third gets underway with a new pitcher on the hill for Team 1. That is Mason White facing Jack Myers. Mark Frederick and Peyton Daigle here in the top part of the third for Team 8. A 13-man rotation for Team 8. I think our biggest rotation today, 15. Scooped up at short, and your shortstop didn't know for a moment he had it in the mid. Goes over to first with the throw, but a little bit late. On is Jack Myers. Boy, hard to decide whether that's an H or an E6. I mean, he actually got there, just didn't know he had gotten there. I will mark it as an E6, especially since it's pretty much irrelevant. I mean, heck, the score of the game's irrelevant. The relevancy to the play is just trying to do it better next time and getting a little coaching to make that happen. Mark Frederick with a base runner now in scoring position. Lone toss to Frederick. Peyton Daigle to the on-deck circle. Well, our sports for the weekend about to wrap up. Georgia Military's knocked off Monroe today. We're into the fourth game of 4 today here. Last night, it was Jackson beating Bayside. Myers going to third. He'll be there safely. We are producing the SIAC game, Clark Atlanta and Miles College. For ESPN Plus, and that is now underway. Had a kickoff at 4. By the way, Myers sent back. I don't think that was necessarily officially put out. We'll go 3-1. It was just for the purpose of, again, working on the skills of the player. And again, Myers would be safe at third on the 3-1 put out, but at the moment he's at second. And apparently that's where he is going back to for the purpose, again, of getting coached up. So yeah, Myers will go back to second, despite the fact that he could probably be home. But again, it's not about winning or losing the game. It's about making these skills better. Peyton Daigle with 1 away and 1 aboard. 3-zip ball game, and now a sunny half of the stadium and then a cloudy other half. I look to right field, it's sunny, it's bright. I look to left field and it's cloudy and overcast. Hit up the middle, base hit. It'll bring in Myers. And pulling into second is Daigle. Top of the order moves to the on-deck circle. That is Kanan Sooner. As Peyton Daigle steps in, I am thinking we may not have an out. May have had 2 scores on the Daigle shot. And actually, this is Sooner at the plate. Daigle's the guy at second, gets there with a base hit. Sooner reached on an error. Scored a run in the first, Slade Richard to the on-deck circle. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Sooner. .53 into the ball game here in the top part of the third. That'll go to the screen. It'll get Daigle on his way to third. Sooner was thinking he was headed to first, but again, in this game, not walking many folks. And Sooner will stay put. Sooner drives this one foul in the direction of left field. Sooner, one of the 3 first-inning runs. Richard and Boone the others. Ferguson, White, and Newton when you get to the bottom part of the third for Team 1. White pitch, got the strike zone outside part. 2-strike count. Count goes even at 2. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. Hey, have you subscribed to our YouTube channel? Please do. If you're watching on YouTube, thanks. If you're not, you can. As it has popped up short there, the catch is made. I think that is out number 2, but there's just been some stuff that has transpired that leads me to believe I might have gotten the 3-1 put out of Frederick wrong. We'll see. I'll know in a moment. Slade Richard, that is fouled away. Jackson Soilo moving to the on-deck circle. Low inside offering. Richard with a single and a run scored in the first. 1 for 1 in the ball game. Off and running, that is Daigle. The throw to third, not there. Daigle will get there safely. It will roll away from Jennings, and Daigle comes in to score. So the base is clear. And Richard no longer with an RBI opportunity, but he's good with that. The run plates, knocked right back up the middle. Able to get on safely is Richard, his second base hit of the ball game. And Jackson Soilo will come to the plate with a runner on. Soilo from Rain High School, a pitcher and outfielder, 6'4", 170. A member of the class of 2026, high and away with the pitch to Soilo, who struck out in the first. That was when Ryan Crooks was pitching. Outside with the pitch, going is Richard. And the throw will wind up in center field. At least shallow center, and that's got Richard at second with a stolen base. Connor Boone in the on-deck circle. Throw goes to third. Tagged out trying to get there is Richard. So, hey, that is the third out. And so, hey, it did have everything right. And you got a 5-zip ball game. Team 8 as we head to the bottom of the third. Thorgerson, White, and Newton coming up for Team 1. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail.
I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap.
And don't forget to follow us, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, and, of course, YouTube. And all the non-YouTube stuff, we'll keep you updated on what's going on with us. And YouTube is where you'll know exactly what's going on. You'll be able to watch the game. And I know Twitter is now X, and you got little X sign versus the little bird. I don't like it. Just don't like the X. I'm resisting changing the graphic. I mean, when you go online and you log in, it's still www.twitter.com. It's not x.com. So I'm resisting the change. I mean, not that I can't change despite getting up in age, but don't like it. Making a statement that I'm sure Elon Musk is concerned about. Thorgerson, White, and Newton. That is the 9, 10, and 1 hitters in the order for Team 1. As you got a swing and a miss with a new pitcher, Jackson Soilo on the hill. Dylan Fontenot will work an inning, face 3. Strike out 2 and get the other to ground out. 3 up, 3 down. Obviously didn't walk anybody, didn't give up a run. Into center field. Coach had to dodge out of the way. Thorgerson will get on with a single. First base hit of the game for Team 1. And a runner on for Mason White. top of the order, moving to the on-deck circle. Here's the Soilo offering. It is outside. Well, there are some clouds moving in from left. And again, we're trying to get this one in before those clouds moving in from left drop a little precip on us. And now we're 3 into the ball game in the bottom of the 3rd. And the guy on the hill, by the way, will be the guy at the plate when we get to the top of the 4th for Team 8. High and away with a pitch to Mason White. And Mason White, the guy who was on the hill in the 3rd for Team 1. And based on the fact that the starting pitcher, Ryan Crooks, worked a couple of innings, kind of thinking White will do the same. So we expect him on the hill. So it'll be just this matchup in reverse. To begin the 4th, you'll have Soilo at the plate and White on the hill. Swing a miss. And a couple of strikes on Mason White. Over to first goes the throw, and a nice job by Hunter Smith keeping that nearby. Had to leap over Thorgerson, but able to stop it, keep it from going to the fence. Low and away. Mason White, bottom of the order, first at bat of the ball game. It comes 1 hour and 5 minutes in. High toss, running is Thorgerson, and he'll get in safely with a stolen base. Team 1 trying to get rid of that goose egg. A little high with the offering. And reminder, the games are archived at their conclusion. You can go back and watch them with this little subscription fee. Not much, little one. Allows you access, allows you unlimited downloads. Our slightly wobbly center field look, pitcher to hitter, is compliments of Mother Nature. The wind picking up a little bit. That's blowing that camera in center field around a little bit. And thus a little bit of a wobble. As that one is popped up by White, and it will get out of play. Strike 3, got the outside part of the plate on Mason White. And there is one away as we head back to the top of the order. Brody Newton coming to the plate. Caden Henry to the on-deck circle. Throw going to second, able to get back safely. That is Thorgerson. Newton reached on an E3, got to third. That's where he was stranded. He is thus far, the closest that Team 1 has come to scoring. Wrapped short, dropped there. Carson Redlich mishandling, and you got a couple of base runners aboard. Thorgerson will go to third. Newton's on the other corner. And Caden Henry, who struck out on the first, coming to the plate. Gavin Darby to the on-deck circle. Soilo, Boone, and Fontenot when you get to the fourth for Team 8. Team 1 trying to get rid of that zip. Here in the bottom part of inning number 3. Swung on and missed. Off to second goes Newton. And you got a couple of base runners in scoring position. 2 RBI chances for Caden Henry. That is popped up foul and out of play. Caden Henry from Tioga High School, product of Ball, Louisiana. Hey, if you're from Ball, Louisiana, you got to play ball. Right fielder and pitcher, 6'2". Or actually 6 feet, 218. Ground towards second, and that will scoot right through the wicket. In to score Thorgerson and in to score Newton. 2 runs will plate on the E4. And it's a 5-2 game with Gavin Darby next. Here's what we do know about this game. The loser won't score just a single run. That's happened in the previous 3 games. Team on the wrong end of the final score had only scored a run. In this one, you got 2 or more by everybody. Strike delivered on the inside part of the plate to Darby. Brylan Jennings to the on-deck circle. I don't think I've mentioned it, but let me do so. Thank you very much to James Gamble, Nick Singleton, Jerry Martinez, all the folks affiliated with United Baseball Showcase Series with Global Scouting Bureau for the opportunity to bring you baseball. 10 weeks in the summer and 4 or 5 in the fall. That'll go to the screen and get Henry off to second. And Team 8 mistakes leading to Team 1 runs and advanced runners. Gavin Darby reached on an E3 and stole a base. Got to second in the first. At the plate with a couple of base runners in and 1 on. Here in the bottom part of inning number 3, an hour 13 in outside with the pitch. And again, trying to get all of the game in before that kind of icky looking stuff over towards left field, makes its way. And it's slowly doing so. Spotted it, I don't know, has it been a half hour ago? Slowly making its way towards Fabacher Field. Fouled away by Darby. And really the number of innings is irrelevant. It's the time, basically. Trying to get about an hour 45 in, which means we are roughly a half hour away from getting the time in that organizers would like to have this game played. Swinging an inside pitch is Darby. And he will strike out for out number 2. Brylan Jennings, who struck out in the first, coming to the plate in the third. That strikeout is the second for Soilo. And it is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th for teammate pitching. Strike delivered to Jennings. Brylan Jennings, who struck out, is out number 2 in the first. At the plate here in the bottom of the third. Off and running, that is Caden Henry, and Henry will make his way to third. "90 feet away from becoming the third run of the ball game for Team 1. Count even, 1 apiece on Jennings. Kendron Bailey moving to the on-deck circle. Well, there is less sunshine and more clouds as that cloud mass moves in from left. High pitch to Jennings. I think I mentioned it way back in the first, that there might be the need at some point in the ball game to head out to center field and gather the equipment before the broadcast ends. Could be getting a little closer to that. Okay, I was unprepared. Didn't anticipate the rain. Had plenty of sunshine this morning and a forecast that said the same for the rest of the day. Jennings swings, misses. So everything out in center field not prepared for precip. But the van is, that is the tightest corners that I have snuck my van through to be able to perch a tripod above and give you the pitcher to hitter look. This is some of that behind the scenes. You probably could care less info. But it was a tight, tight squeeze. Fouled away by Jennings. I've got Kendron Bailey as next, but that may be Zachariah Durapaw, who is moving to the on-deck circle. The inside on Jennings, and as I mentioned previously, was the beauty of this particular ball game. You can change stuff. Maybe you want to take Bailey out of the lineup. Maybe he's got something else to do, or maybe he's going to be a pitcher. Strike delivered to Jennings. He'll be caught looking. One runner is stranded. Two runners in. Team one's on the board as we go to the fourth in a 5-2 game.
That's hit well. Finds the gap. Hits. Rolls all. Delivers this one towards left field. That's going to hit and roll. Finds the gap because it is more of a skill showcase versus an actual ball game. As you got to. There's a shot up the middle. That'll drop in as teams, I guess, 2 innings. But there have been a lot of teams that have gone with just one. That is socked into. Runner takes off. The hit and run lifted towards left field. That will drop yours. Troxler drives it right up the middle and ricochets off Martin. Skied 2 up in the inning 2. First pitch lifted to right field, and that's going to sail towards the warning track.
We get the top of the fourth underway. Jackson Soilo starting things off. Connor Boone and Rylan Fontenot 2 up in the inning 2. Facing Mason White, getting his second inning of work in. In that first inning of work, gave up a couple of hits and a couple of runs. Soilo, a strikeout victim in the first. He struck out looking when Ryan Crooks was on the hill. Now at the plate in the top of the fourth, Connor Boone and Rylan Fontenot coming to the plate. 2 strike delivered on the outside part. And Soilo, for the second time in as many plate appearances, goes down a strikeout victim. Connor Boone next had 2 RBIs on a single and scored a run in the first. He will float that one in the direction of left field, and it will drop in. I don't think Zachariah Durapaw had any idea where the ball was, but what he does know now is Connor Boone stands at third with a triple. Durapaw was just kind of moving ever so slightly towards center field. I don't think he ever picked the baseball up off the bat. It will drop into left center. And Boone at third for Rylan Fontenot. And that one hits the helmet of Fontenot, and I know Fontenot is like, okay, I know that hit batsmen don't go to first, but if they hit in the head, can you take first? Of course, the other players that have been hit are like, hey, if you hit in the head, you hit on the helmet, it doesn't hurt. At least not as bad. Maybe it rattles you around a little bit. So we should go to first as hit batsmen because it gets some flesh. No, I don't think there's any argument like that going on. I just, maybe way back in the mind. Maybe they're thinking that, or they will think that tomorrow. Grant Simon to the on-deck circle. Fontenot awaiting the Mason White pitch. Into the dirt with the offering. Always the possibility the game is shortened a little bit if the pitching has been expended. And with Mason White working 2 innings, there may not be another Team 1 pitcher that they just have to see. So always the possibility, despite the fact we won't be at an hour 45, or probably won't, by the end of the 4th. They could wrap it up after 4. Slipping was Boone, but able to hop up and get back to third, but did attract the throw from Brian Blankenship. But it's the beauty of a setting like this. Nothing is set in stone. Everything is informal. In the direction of short. Throw to first. It is there in time. And by the way, that is Durapaw. Do we have 2 number 1s? 1 in left and 1 at short. There are the same numbers on the same team. And of course, it makes for a little double vision from somebody like me. Fontenot 6'3" did drive in a run. Makes it a 6-2 ball game. Widens that gap a little bit between teams 8 and 1. Inside with the Mason White offering. Grant Simon reached on an E6 in the first. Alex Price on deck. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you've got 2 number 1s at short and left. Now looking at Team 1. It could be Bailey and Durapaw. As that is sent into center field, base hit for Simon. 2-out base hit. It'll be the 6th of the ball game for Team 8. If I'm not mistaken, our biggest hit game was a 7-hit game. And that was Team 3 in Game 2. And now you've got Team 8 with 6 hits. Alex Price to the plate. Price struck out in the first. Strike on the inside part of the plate to Price. Hunter Smith moving to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the fourth. It'll be Kidron Bailey, Zachariah Duarpaw, and Ryan Crooks coming to the plate. A little bit inside with the pitch. Well, let's see. Let me take a look at Team 1 roster and see if we can get a better idea who might be at short and who might be in the outfield. Durapaw's middle infielder. So I'd lean towards he being the guy at short. And Kidron Bailey, the guy in left. Strike 3 delivered to Alex Price. One runner left on, one runner comes in. Lead goes to 4. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Bailey, Durapaw, and Crooks all coming up.
Part of the third. On the outside late, a standard baseball game alignment, a strike. Mincy with a glance to the base runners. And there is the inning with a double. Swing and miss, high. Swing and a miss by Huth. And longtime play-by-play guy, Robbie Hamilton. As that is a good-looking pitch, got the in-swing. Swing and miss. Brian Rask.
we head to the bottom of the fourth, we'll see if this is the end of the road. We're an hour 33 in. Could be the last of the baseball on a Saturday here from Faubacher Field. Ron Bailey starting it off. Zachariah Durapaw and Ryan Crooks due up in the inning too. High inside pitch to Bailey. It's 6-2 ball game, not about the wins, but if you're playing, you want to win. And Team 1 will try to play 4, their preference 5 in the bottom of the fourth. Their biggest inning and their only inning of scoring was the third when they played at 2. Team 1 has been using pitchers to the tune of 2 innings of work. Crooks and White. Team 8, though, has given everybody 1. Daigle 1, Fontenot 1. Soilo just wrapped up his 1, facing a total of 6, giving up a single base hit, 2 runs, and striking out 3. And now it is Carson Redlich who is on the hill. Outside with a pitch to Bailey. Bailey struck out to end the first. 0 for 1 in the ball game. If there is a fifth, it'll start midway through the order for Team 8. Hunter Smith, Jade, Michael, DuPont. And the guy pitching will be the guy hitting if we go to the fifth. And I've got a question mark on that. As Bailey swings and misses. Kind of thinking we won't. But always the possibility we could. And if we do, it is likely because Team 1 wants to see somebody, or Team 8 wants to see somebody else on the hill. I'm thinking Team 1, though, in only using 2 pitchers and giving them both 2 innings of work, they've seen what they want to see out of their pitchers. If we do go an extra inning, then that would likely be to see a Team 8 pitcher. But if it was to see a Team 8 pitcher, he probably would have become a Team 1 pitcher. Is this confusing you? I have those tendencies. But if there were pitchers that you just wanted to see on the bump, let them hone their skills, then Team 8 probably would loan a pitcher to Team 1. And we haven't seen that. All of that fitting into my speculation that the bottom of the fourth could be it. 1 gone with a strikeout of Bailey. Zachariah Durapaw coming to the plate. Ryan Crooks to the on-deck circle. The Redlich offering, it is, I think, a little bit outside. One 0 pitch. That one misses. 2 balls, no strikes. Durapaw with a strikeout to begin the second. That was when Dylan Fontenot was on the hill. And Durapaw back, now facing Carson Redlich. Two and one on Durapaw. Count goes even, couple of balls, couple of strikes. Ryan Crooks moving to the on-deck circle. They'll get outside. Count goes to 3-2. And two, the other thing to factor in is that it's been a long, hot day for coaches. Hey, I'm inside an air-conditioned booth. Looking over at the thermostat on the AC, it's turned down to 63. It's nice in here. It's a little warmer out there. At points today, it's felt like 97. Swing a miss, and out goes Durapal. So as I mentioned, that's all got me leaning towards the fact that one more out will put an end to the ball game. Ryan Crooks coming to the plate, started the game as the pitcher for Team 1. Worked a couple of innings. Gave up 2 hits, 3 runs, and struck out 4. And he will come to the plate here in the bottom part of the 4th, having struck out in the 2nd, when again Dylan Fontenot was on the hill. Brian Blankenship hoping to come to the plate next. Still got the shin guards on, so Blankenship thinking there is a top of the 5th coming up. So all of my speculation with all the various ingredients and the logic as to why we wrap it up at the bottom of the 4th maybe just kind of tossed out the window. We'll see. Into the dirt with a pitch to Crooks. Hey, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on all those social media sites. And a reminder that next week, just another week full of sports here on JockJive. Strike 3, out goes Crooks. And is that your ball game? No, they've been summoned to the field to play one more. So we go to the 5th on JockJive.
Most ever to watch a baseball game here. Swing. It is 1-2. There. Eli Snelson in center field. Christian Corona is the right fielder. Go to the bottom part of the inning. Colton Wood has recovered. Bring Hankins, Stevenson, and Brown to the plate. All batting 9th. Christian Mincy is the 10 guy. And first, though. And we're talking about the 2nd innings. Zach Munger. Swing and miss. Brewer. Got a base runner on. Nobody gone. Same on Saturday and 3 again tomorrow. Leading off the 3rd. 2-2 pitch on the outside part where will be the weekend of Mobile as Lambert. Bryce Eddington, a teammate on that Bishop State squad, is due. Christian Early will hit 9th. And
We get the top of the fifth underway. Caden Henry, the new pitcher for Team 1. Hunter Smith starting things off for Team 8. Jade Michael DuPont and Carson Redledge due up in the inning, too. Well, after all my profound speculation as to why there would not be a fifth, there is a fifth. An hour 44 into the ball game, which again just reinforces the notion that if I say it, chances are it ain't going to happen. So that's good when buying lottery tickets. At least you will increase your odds of winning by taking the 6 numbers. Is that how many it is? I don't know how many numbers they put on lottery tickets. It's been so long. And of course now too you can let the machine pick, right? But if you want to narrow, you want to make the odds a little bit better, then take the numbers I suggest. Do not play them. At least you can eliminate those 6 numbers. Into center field from Hunter Smith. And on to lead things off is the leadoff guy in the 5th. Actually didn't quite make it to center field. It was headed that way. Had the backhand on the play by Crooks, the now second baseman, the former starter, from a pitching perspective in this one. Jade Michael DuPont to the plate. Well, let's see if I can see around the pin. I can. I was trying to see if I could determine if someone was working in the pin to confirm whether we would go to the bottom of the 5th. I know, stop the speculation. Let them play the game. Base runner on, nobody gone. Hit to first, but foul. High with the pitch to DuPont. Popped up, and again it will get out of play in the direction of right field. A few more finals. Top 25 college football. Alabama has beaten Ole Miss. That is 13 over 15, 24-10. Colorado has finally scored against Oregon. It is a 42-6 game. Well, they avoid the shutout, but obviously Colorado got spanked today by Oregon. I got to admit, I didn't see that much of a route coming. I know the odds makers picked Oregon 21 points better, as you got a strikeout of DuPont. And I was thinking, Oregon may win the game, and they're not going to win by more than 21. Well, that goes back to, what I was talking about earlier. If I say it, I can go the other way. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Carson Redledge. Jack Myers to the on-deck circle. But yeah, Oregon's going to win by 21 plus. Lead it by 30 with about 3 minutes to go in the football game. That is sent foul by Redledge. Redledge struck out in the second, batting here in the 5th. Henry's offering. Got the inside part of the plate, and out will go Redlich. Brian Blankenship thought the inning was over, was headed to the dugout. But that is out number 2, and Jack Myers will come to the plate. Still a base runner at first in Smith. Strike delivered to Myers. Mark Frederick moving to the on-deck circle. Hit the short. Durapal mishandles. Everybody is safe. And that is your ball game. They're going to end it right here, right now, right there. So we have hit the 1 hour, 50-minute mark, and the ball game will end, as I mentioned, very informal setting. And you can do that kind of thing on days like today. Hey, thanks so much for watching our coverage. And this one, a 6-2 teammate win. They will get 7 base hits, commit 5 errors, leave 5 stranded. And the runs came this way, 3 in the first, 2 in the third, and a run in the fourth. Team 1 gets both runs in the third innings off a single base hit, 2 errors, and they will strand a single runner. And your day of baseball over from Faubacher Field, just south of Lafayette, Louisiana. Hey, thanks so much for watching. Great to have you on the other end of the broadcast. A lot of stuff coming up next week, including baseball at Coastal Alabama South on Saturday and Sunday as part of the Fall Ball and the Showcase Series. Don't forget to follow us, too, on all the social media outlets and subscribe to our YouTube channel. For all the folks with United Baseball and JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. So long, everybody.